Please note that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. More details available in the description box. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to watch day 2 of the Jason Chen trial together. If you don't know anything about this case, I would highly recommend checking out the description box. You can just expand it by clicking more, and then you can read up on the case background right up there that I have for you, as well as find a link to the playlist. And there's a video there that's called Trial Prep. And within half an hour or so, you'll know everything you need to know so that you can just like catch up on what this case is about. Of course, this is, for justice for Jasmine Pace, who was only 22 years old when she was murdered on November 23rd of 2022, allegedly by a guy that's on trial whose defense said he did it. So it doesn't even seem like it is allegedly that he did it. But they're trying to, the defense is trying to say it wasn't premeditated, that it was manslaughter. Okay. Jason Chen was also 22 years old at the time, and Jasmine and Jason met on a dating app. And they'd only dated for about 7 months. They'd taken a little trip to Chicago together. And Jasmine went to his apartment, which happened in Chattanooga, Tennessee, that night, seeking comfort because her grandmother was very sick and had passed away. So I don't know the exact date that the grandmother passed away, but it was somewhere around there. She was very sad, went to her boyfriend's house. And at some point in the middle of the night, 2:15 in the morning or so, he stabbed her more than 60 times, and then he put her body in a suitcase and threw the suitcase in a ditch. So that's what this case is about. For anyone who's new, if you needed the trigger warning, now you have it. Now you know what it's about, right? On day 1, oh my word, what an intense day it was. Opening statements, of course, and then lots of witnesses, including Jasmine's mom, Catrina, who is so strong. I hope that she feels that she's supported by this community here, because that's what we like to do, right? Show the families we got their backs. All right, if you haven't yet liked this video, could you please do so, because it helps to call other Grizzlies if they didn't realize we're live right now. It helps YouTube know, okay, you like this, and they should show it to other people, and then they can come and watch with us. And so now I'm going to, make myself smaller over here. Let's go there and let's find the starting point. Of course, we start late intentionally. Just wait 1 second. So that we can defluff. So here we go. Okay. There we go. What? The Great Seal of the State of Tennessee. Now, this is apparently, it's a death penalty state, but in this case, they are not pursuing the death penalty. The maximum sentence that they are pursuing is life without parole for Jason Chen. He is being held on a $5 million bond in a local jail there. If you want to know all those little details, again, just check out the trial prep, right? Are we ready, everyone? Okay, if anyone joins and they're like, why does this YouTuber in the corner talk? Tell them why. Why do we start late? Tell them so we can defluff. Arizona Gal said, I'm so thankful for this community. It's the highlight of my day. I'm so glad. I love being here with you guys too, so thank you so much. Okay, I boosted the sound for us, so let's start with this. Okay. Kate says, all ready for the fluffless trial. I am as well. Okay, let's go forward here.
I know both victims' family have been trying to wait for a long time. Please maintain the forum, and we can proceed as I hope to. Okay. Both sides ready.
Somebody said in the comment section of day 1's live stream that this judge is their uncle. That's so nice. Oh my word. So I said, say hello to him from us. Send him love from the Grizzlies, please. Okay, here we go.
Proceed with the trial.
Yes, sir.
Bring him to the chin, please. Yes, Judge.
While we wait, let me say welcome to all my moderators, to all my patrons, members, subscribers. Anyone new here, I hope that you'll consider subscribing. If you are already here, you've been here for a while, just make sure that you are subscribed, because sometimes YouTube, when they do updates, then they automatically unsubscribe you. There is Jason Chen. Sure. I don't know what to say. I'm just like, he looks like the way he walks in there is like very confident, right? What do you think? How would you describe that? It's just like, oh, here I am. Like, oh my word. He's pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder charges and abuse of a corpse. But I mean, that defense opening statement had a lot of victim blaming, of course, and, you know, like as if it was Jasmine's fault. Come on. But then also saying he did it. So that's pretty interesting. It'll be interesting if he takes the stand.
One bring the jury.
He was studying IT at the University of Tennessee near Chattanooga when he was arrested. This is his defense attorney, Josh Weiss.
Jurors, please be seated as you finish.
This is the district attorney, Coty Womp, and wow, she's feisty. I like her a lot. She's got a Grizzly vibe about her, you know? She's not playing, okay? Like, her opening statements were very good. So if you missed it, please do check out day one. It's all time-stamped for you. If you don't know what a timestamp is, check the pinned comments or the description box, or just hover over the video. It's when I chapter out things for you manually so that you can see, you know, when the next witness took the stand or what happened. I also timestamped for you yesterday when they showed that there was a knife on Jason Chen's bed. They said it was a kitchen-style knife, but with a knife sheath as well. So that was pretty scary to see that just on the bed there.
Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope you had a restful night as much as possible. I understand that some of y'all like to work out. That's great. Keep that habit up. It'll keep you from moving around like an old man. I've had to add flexibility to my routine for sure, but it's good that you can have a little stress relief and keep yourself healthy. Before we start, just have to ask, as I will every morning, is everyone able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to media, to not discuss the case among yourselves, and to anyone see any of those things happening? Everyone able to abide by the court's admonition? Please nod your head. Records reflect all heads are nodding. Okay. We're going to proceed with the direct examination of Investigator Crawford, John.
Yes, Your Honor.
Crawford, come on up. And we swear to be with you.
Somebody swear affirmatively. That's what we're about to get to.
I'll ask for a DVD now. Good morning, Investigator Crawford.
Good morning.
So let's wrap up where we left off in Mr. Chen's apartment. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment and you saw what you believed to be blood, and then the blue star reacted, at that point in time, did you know whose blood that was?
I didn't know whose blood was what that was.
Did CPD take steps, more urgent steps than normal in a situation like that to try to learn whose blood that was?
Yes, we did take samples of blood, swabs of the blood. We did presumptive test through the means of Kastle-Meyer test, which essentially you're testing for potential stains or things such as to identify if it is potentially blood. We also
If you missed day one's testimony with this lead detective, Zack Crawford, they showed some exhibits of the blue star reagent reacting to blood evidence at the apartment, and it was a lot. It was a scary amount.
collected carpet samples. Once those items were collected, once we had the ability to obtain a potential DNA profile from the victim, such as her toothbrush, then we submitted those items to the TBO.
And how often have you worked with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
pretty much every homicide investigation that I've had.
Do they do a majority of testing of items that are collected in a homicide case?
Correct. They do most of the majority of the forensic testing that's done on evidence collected in the case. Other than fingerprints are done by our APIS investigators in-house. And some of our electronic forensics, such as phones or computers, are done at Chattanooga.
Typically, how long does TBI take to test items and return those testing results to law enforcement?
Typically, the testing process takes an extensive amount of time. Typically, when we submit a TBI request for evidence to be processed through their lab, we submit a request along with submitting evidence to their lab for testing. Typically, in a homicide case, something such as DNA takes approximately 9 months or so before we get those results. And it's not that it takes them 9 months to determine exactly what it is, but it's essentially their caseload that they have at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations that it takes them a while to get to our actual submitted evidence before they're able to conduct their investigation.
Were multiple items in this case taken to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for testing?
Yes, they were.
And is there a lab in Chattanooga?
No, there is not.
Where are the closest labs?
The closest labs is, the main lab is in Nashville, Tennessee, and they have another lab that's close to us, being in Knoxville.
Do you recall which one these items from this case were submitted to?
Yes.
The jury actually came from Nashville, and so they are sequestered for this entire trial. The trial is set to last 10 days or 2 weeks. To me, that sounds the same, because 10 business days is 2 weeks, so I'm like, okay. Unless they say 10 days, because apparently next week, Monday, is a public holiday, so maybe that'll kick it over to, the following week on day 10. I don't think so at the rate that they're going. They're going so fast through all the evidence and all the witnesses. Damn, if they were finished by the end of this week, I wouldn't be that surprised. I'll be like, okay. But I think we'll probably still be busy for most of next week. Let's see.
They were submitted to the Knoxville lab. We made contact with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We actually requested that these pieces of evidence be tested expediently as quickly as possible, meaning that we could submit them and hopefully they would take this case and put it in front of the rest of the cases to potentially identify whose blood, what kind of blood was located inside the apartment. We were able to make contact with the lab in Knoxville with TBI, and they fulfilled their request.
So did you ask for urgent testing to determine whose blood was in the apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they able to return those results to you?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to review those results?
Yes, I was.
And whose blood was in that apartment?
It was identified as that of Jasmine Pace.
Does TBI have protocols that they relay to law enforcement in regards to how much evidence they are able or willing to test in major cases?
Yes.
What are those, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, specifically with DNA, for every piece of evidence, we submit different requirements or different things that they have in place. Specifically with DNA testing, they will only accept for testing 10 items at a time, which obviously we showed pictures earlier of potential items of evidence that had blood on them, which obviously tells us more than 10 items. So we have to submit the items that we believe potentially have the best result to identify someone. We're allowed to submit 10 pieces of evidence for testing, along with our DNA standards. In investigations, we collect standards from victims, persons of interest, suspects, or potentially people that may have also had the ability to be in that same team as well. In this specific case, we were able to get a search warrant and get a buccal, which is a swab, a buccal swab from the inside of your cheek from Mr. Jason Chen. And then we were able to first thing that was submitted was a known toothbrush of the victim that would have a high probability of her DNA being on it. Those two items were submitted to the TBI, along with other pieces of evidence.
Going back to 110 Tremont Street, you testified to searching, and the jury will see more photos, you testified to searching Jason's residence. Did you do any searches outside of the apartment building?
Yes, we did.
And where was that?
After the initial search of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street, in investigations, we start small and work big. We try to figure out what exactly happened in the scene, and then we expand upon that. That includes not only searching the neighborhood cameras to identify potential witnesses, to locate video, or potentially see if other items of evidence or anything has been discarded outside of the crime scene. The first step after the apartment is I requested that investigators then go door to door and conduct neighborhood canvass within the apartment to potentially locate any further witnesses. While that neighborhood canvass was being conducted, I subsequently went to the exterior of 110 Tremont Street and started doing a walkthrough of that area as well, to include the outer perimeter, the parking lot area, and dumpsters located there. I expanded further past that. We had search teams conducted in the wooded areas and the residential areas, potentially locating further pieces of evidence, continuing to locate the victim. To the extent, I found a manhole cover at the rear of the apartment that was partially exposed and seemed to be that it had been moved recently. I personally entered that manhole and crawled 70 feet underground. We tried to extensively search the entire area to include all the dumpsters as well.
Would it be fair to say that you do everything that you can possibly think to do in a location such as this with such a large amount of blood?
With the manner and resources that we have, yes.
Okay. And let's go back to the dumpsters. Were there dumpsters? Jury saw some Google Map images. Were there dumpsters next to Mr. Chen's apartment building?
Yes, there were.
And were you present when there was, and you can explain it to the jury, what kind of search or investigation was done into the dumpsters?
At first, even with exterior locations that we searched, the process is still the same in terms of how it's done. The first part is a walkthrough to potentially identify via the naked eye items of potentially evidentiary value that we potentially want to collect or have further interest in. So such as a dumpster, the first thing I'm not going to do is go in there and start ripping every trash bag out or every piece of clothing, because I want that documented by photographs prior to any of that being done. In this specific case, I entered the dumpster area. If you remember correctly, there was a wooden gated fence to kind of hide the outside of it from the street or from the residents. I subsequently opened that wooded door and entered that area where two dumpsters were located. Upon entering that area, I observed a few items of clothing on the ground and a sanitary pad, a women's sanitary pad, that appeared to potentially have what appeared to be blood and seemed out of place. Once I observed that, I subsequently notified our crime scene unit that we were also going to have further evidence that needed to be processed outside of the apartment.
What else was the evidence that you just spoke of, including the sanitary pad, where was it when you opened the doors that covered the dumpsters?
Upon entering the closed dumpster area, the fence, it was just a few feet inside of the doorway, on the floor, on the ground, on the concrete ground, outside of the dumpsters. There was trash in those dumpsters, but these items were discarded on the ground outside the dumpsters.
Just laying there for you to see,
Correct.
not inside of the dumpster.
That's correct.
Was there clothing there?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of clothing?
There were a pair of pants, a pair of shoes, a women's sanitary pad.
Did anything stand out to you about the pants?
The pants appeared to have what appeared to be possibly blood on them.
Discoloration?
Discoloration consistent with blood.
Do you recall what kind of shoes they were?
They were white color, dirty, white color canvas style shoes with a white sole on them, low tops. I believe they were around the size of 11 or 11 and a half.
We have boosted the sound twice now already, okay? So I hope it's okay for you. But look where the microphone is. Here's the microphone. And there he is, like, sir. Excuse me, to any witnesses at this trial. You know, sometimes the camera people watch or people from the courtroom watch. Please, can he speak into this microphone? Okay, thank you. That's a request from Grizzly True Crime.
One moment, Your Honor. I'll put that on the rest of the calendar before. Yeah, we're just trying to, we also saw something. I'm going to approach you, Investigator Crawford, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos. They're stapled today. Can you look through those? Do you recognize those photos?
I did.
What is depicted in them?
It's the photos from that of the dumpster area, the enclosure, and that of the items I described earlier that were on the ground on the concrete area.
Do those photos accurately represent what that area looked like on November 20, what would that have been, 28, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that this exhibit be the state's next exhibit, and the state did try to assist the court reporter, so we have the yellow stickers on these. These have the -1, -2, so they could be a collective with the dashes.
Okay. Collective 83.
Judge?
Yes, collective 83.
All right, Investigator Crawford, I'm going to post these on the screen behind you. Simply the doors of the dumpster, correct?
That's correct.
This is State's Exhibit 83-1. State's Exhibit 83-2. What does this depict?
This is a photograph from the interior of the dumpster area, just inside the gated area.
And what can you see on the ground there?
You can see the discarded clothing, the pair of shoes I was describing, a sanitary pad, and there's also a pair of electricity wings I'm wearing.
State's Exhibit 83-3. What is this?
It's a closer-up shot of what we just observed. That also shows the same items, the pants, the shoes, the sanitary pad, and the women's underwear.
And can you point out what discoloration you were referring to on the pants?
That's correct. There's a reddish-brown discoloration. Once again, this screen, the reddish color seems to fade out as bright as the normal pictures do. But there's a reddish-brown stain there.
Was there a large amount of stains on those jeans?
Yes.
And I can't recall if you actually named the brand. Were you able to determine what brand of shoe that was?
I believe they were Vans.
Investigator Crawford, were you present for the autopsy that was performed in this case on Miss Pace's body?
Yes, I was.
Is that typical of a homicide investigator?
Yes.
And do you remain in the room for a majority of at least the initial autopsy?
Yes, we do.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to examine Miss Pace's body when she did have clothing on?
That's correct.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to take her clothing off so that he could examine her body?
Yes, that's correct.
Was Miss Pace, did she appear to be on her menstrual cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she have a sanitary pad on that resembled the sanitary pad in the photo behind you?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're going to move on. So you've searched Mr. Chen's apartment. You have identified Jasmine Pace's blood in the apartment.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that Jason Chen was a suspect in Jasmine Pace's murder at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you at this point, or maybe you even began before, at what point did you begin to look into Jason Chen as a suspect and as a person of interest?
Originally, he became a potential person of interest at the beginning when I was brought into the investigation, just due to the fact that we had a missing persons under suspicious circumstances, and it is extremely uncommon with my experience as a law enforcement investigator that a significant other not be a part of the process in attempting to locate that missing person. So due to the lack of communication, I believed him to be a person of interest after law enforcement attempted to reach out to him with no callback.
Did you try?
Yes.
So in your investigation of Jason Chen as a suspect, what preliminary information were you able to gather about Mr. Chen?
First, we identified his residence. Obviously, apartment 210 at 110 Fremont Street. We identified a phone number associated with Jason Chen via numerous individuals. We also identified his vehicle, being a 2018 Toyota Camry that we were unable to locate. We identified that he was currently enrolled at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga as a student. I identified that his family appeared to be from the Nolensville, Tennessee area. We identified a home address from there as well. We also looked into historical addresses for Jason Chen to include his residence in Chattanooga prior to his time being a resident at 110 Tremont Street. We also attempted to identify family members and associates of Mr. Chen.
What county is Nolensville in?
Williamson County.
Were you ever able to locate Mr. Chen in Chattanooga?
No.
Do you happen to recall, this is a difficult question, what Mr. Chen's phone number is? If not, that's okay.
Not verbatim.
Oh, that's okay. What kind of vehicle did Mr. Chen drive?
A gray 2018 Toyota Camry. I believe it was Tennessee tag BJF 0062.
Gray Toyota Camry 2018.
That's correct.
At some point, were you able to access Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that is correct.
Did she also have Mr. Chen's number saved in her phone?
I don't know if she had it saved in her phone due to her cellular device not being recovered, but we were able to get her phone records from Verizon.
So he lived at that Tremont Street apartment complex. And then, after parking Jasmine's vehicle at 900 Mountain Creek Road and disposing of Jasmine's body in a hard-shelled suitcase, he then went to his parents' house in Nolensville. And there he sat. I don't know what his plan was. Like, really? Do you think you can just hide at your parents' house? Very odd that. Well, luckily the police caught on very quickly and they were able to arrest him before they even found Jasmine's remains. They found her remains on December 1st. They already had his arrest warrant on November 30th. So, that Mickey, nice to see you in chat. Thank you so much from South Africa.
How many investigators with the police department do you estimate that tried to contact Mr. Chen during this week?
I know that 2 investigators attempted to make contact via phone communication. I know that during the hours leading up to before I was notified about the investigation, I believe a patrol supervisor also attempted the contact number for Jason Chen. We also attempted to make contact with other family members and friends in the Chattanooga area before moving on to Nolensville.
At some point, did you become aware that Mr. Chen was most likely in Nolensville?
Yes, that's correct.
And how's that?
On November 28th, we applied for a search warrant for Mr. Chen's phone records to include historical data and have real-time ping locations to be readily available. Real-time ping locations is essentially a 10 to 15 minute ping where the phone company will ping the phone essentially and it will provide an estimated location. They would send those records to us every 10 to 15 minutes. Those would be provided in a GPS file, lat-long coordinates. As soon as we started getting those coordinates, we were notified that his phone device was showing in the Nolensville, Tennessee area.
And at that point, did you have an address for his parents' home?
We did.
So that ping, the ping information, so once you had access to that from the provider, do you recall who the provider for Mr. Chen's cell phone service was?
It was T-Mobile.
You essentially were able to track him.
Correct. It's only the ping locations at that time was the only information that we were provided by the phone company, and it's only real time from the point that they send that information. At that point, we didn't have any historical data to potentially track or see his communications or anything like that. We didn't receive those to a later date. So we're attempting to track his location. Sometimes the ping locations don't provide an exact, precise location based on the quality of the phone reception. So sometimes the ping location for a larger area would essentially give a neighborhood location or within city limits. But at some points they were pretty precise and showed locations consistent, being at his parents' address.
Okay. Was a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' home applied for?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it issued?
Yes, that is correct.
And were you present when that search warrant was executed on his parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee?
Yes, that is correct.
How many people from the Chattanooga Police Department went with you?
We had 4 people from the homicide division, being myself, Detective Teach, Detective Daryl Slaughter, and one of our homicide supervisors, Sergeant Miller. I also contacted crime unit to have a part of their team also respond for assistance with documentation of the scene and collecting evidence. We had them respond to the scene based on conversations with Nolensville PD and their capabilities of crime team in terms of how they can collect evidence. They felt more suited that our Chattanooga Police Department crime unit would be more suited to handle this.
When you arrived at the home, who answered the door?
The parents of Jason Chen were the first people to answer the door.
And what'd you tell them?
I advised them that I had a search warrant for the residence. I requested that they exit the residence and also requested if any other parties were inside the residence at that time.
Was Jason Chen at the residence?
He was.
When did you first make contact with him in terms of see his actual person?
After speaking with Jason's parents about the search warrant and asked them to request to leave the residence or to step out of the residence so we could execute the search warrant, Jason's father actually yelled, "Jason." I observed him exit a door on the second level of the home. It was a 2-story residence. It is a 2-story residence. As you enter, there's a staircase to the right, and there's like a cross balcony, which allows you to see access to that room. I observed that room door open, and I observed Jason Chen exit that room before walking down the stairs and greeting me at the front door.
I'm gonna have you turn around. Investigator Crawford, this is Google Maps. Just typed into the search bar. Do you recognize this location?
Yes, I do.
And what is the what is the address? Do you recall what the address is? We'll go back.
1943 Ashburn Court, Nolensville, Tennessee.
Okay, whoa. So this is a public record that they're showing at a public trial. It's an exhibit that's part of the trial, and they are showing this address in educational context because it's part of this case, and they actually executed a search warrant there to look for evidence. I think they found some evidence there too because, of course, Jason Chen packed up whatever he needed to, including, for example, they said yesterday, Jasmine's SIM card. Like he had his backpack and a glasses case and her SIM card in it. So when they went there, they obviously wanted to search the whole property to see if there's any evidence there, seeing as he's hiding out at his parents' house, which is very unfortunate for his parents. A very selfish move, you know? Because if he just stayed in his apartment, obviously they would search him right then and there. They'd find the evidence, they'd arrest him there, and not drag his parents into this. So just so that, just that if you wonder why I do this, yeah, YouTube needs these disclaimers sometimes, just so that they know it's not information that's being shared, like doxing anyone. It's part of a trial, and it's Jason Chen's fault that his parents' address is not being shared at this trial.
Okay, so there we are. What is this? Sorry.
That's Jason Chen's parent residence.
This is the residence that you showed up to at the front door with that search warrant that you were just discussing.
That's correct.
Sorry, I have to pause for this one. That Mickey says, I recently learned that when people ask my son what his mom does for work, he says, she is a grizzly. Oh my word, that is so cute. She's a grizzly. Okay, she's working hard over there, studying all these cases.
I'm sorry, defense counsel's reviewing the photos I was about to show, Investigator Crawford. I'm sorry, Judge, should have made that clear. He fell through the piece.
This is him sitting here. Jason Chen. So he's probably 24, 25 now.
Investigator Crawford, I'll show you a handful of photos, but frankly, I don't know how many of them. $31. You will flip through those photos for me.
We're skipping through the flats.
Run forward on the night that the search warrant was executed.
Yep.
Investigator Crawford, do you recognize the contents of these photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately represent both 1943 Ashburn Court on the night that the search warrant was executed and also the way that Mr. Chen appeared when you made contact with him and when he was first spoken to by police?
Yes, that's correct.
And I apologize, let me number these real quick.
No problem.
What would the next exhibit number be?
Starting at 84.
Would you like for these to be numbered individually or dashes? 84, 85, 86?
This large amount, let's go make them separate exhibits.
Okay.
84 through 114.
Investigator Crawford, while I'm numbering these, did Mr. Chen make any statements to you when he was first contacted?
You had questions for me?
Questions about the search warrant?
He, the first contact was made with the parents, explained that we had a search warrant for the residence. Once Jason Chen was down there, I also advised him the exact same thing. I advised him we had a search warrant for the residence. I also advised him that he was going to be detained and taken to the Nolensville Police Department, where we had a search warrant for his person, for the collection of evidence such as DNA, fingerprints, photographs, and other things that were on the search warrant. At which point, Jason asked if we had any more warrants, which then I advised him we would talk to him further at the Nolensville Police Department.
Can you describe for the jury what Mr. Jason Chen's demeanor was?
More defensive?
Would you describe him as calm?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time that he wanted to tell you what happened?
Leading.
Did he tell you at that time that he wanted
Council
to?
President.
Damn. The defense is that's just like a very objection. No, don't ask that. You know, obviously, I wonder. Did he want to say everything? Was he like Chandler Holderson? Let me tell you the whole story. If you didn't follow the Chandler Holderson case with us, please do check that out. There's a whole playlist for that too, as well as all the police interviews. So let's skip through the sidebar. Hold on. There we go. Oh my word.
What, if anything, did Mr. Jason Chen tell you that night?
He made another statement that he asked if we had spoken to his lawyer yet.
And other than that, did he say anything else?
No, we attempted to identify and try to make contact with the lawyer. At this point in time, it was approximately 2 a.m., knowing that it became difficult to potentially get an attorney on the phone at that time, and also potentially respond to Nolensville, Tennessee, was difficult. We attempted, Daryl Slaughter attempted to speak with him at the Nolensville Police Department after he was processed for evidence.
Objection. Very appropriate.
Oh, it's very tense in the courtroom. So what he said was, have you spoken to my lawyer yet? I wonder if he had a lawyer at the time. It seemed more like he was buying himself time by saying that. This is Jason Chen. So they tried to get hold of one. Didn't get hold of one. Middle of the night. Okay. Okay, let's skip forward again.
I'll have you turn around to the screen. What does this photo depict?
This is a photograph, me on the left-hand side, other officers on the right-hand side. You can see just inside the doorway is Jason Chen's father, and you can see Jason Chen is to the left as well.
With a hat on.
That's correct.
That's State's Exhibit 84. State's Exhibit 85. Again, what do we see in this photo?
Once again, it's a photograph of the doorway area that depicts Jason Chen's father on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side of the picture walking away is Jason Chen.
And were separate photos of Mr. Chen taken once he was transported to the Nolensville Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 86, is this one of those photos?
Yes, that is correct.
And are the photos taken exactly as he came out of the house that night?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 87, for the record, can you read what that hat says?
The hat says, anything goes.
In the course of your investigation, did you see this hat any other times and
Yes, I
places?
did.
State's Exhibit 88, side profile of Mr. Chen.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 89, of course, a close-up of anything goes hat.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you testified that Mr. Chen walked out of a room when you first saw him in the home. What kind of room was that?
It was a bedroom that had a small piece of furniture to include a desk and a bed.
Did you subsequently assist in searching that room?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 90. Is this a photo of that bedroom?
That's correct. It's a photograph taken once you enter the room. It's of the left-hand side of the room.
So just to clarify, because maybe some people are just joining now, on day one, we obviously watched the opening statements. We heard from Jasmine Pace's mom, Catrina, and they also had Detective Crawford on the stand, as well as some other witnesses. But yesterday, they went through the apartment. They showed us evidence of Jason Chen's apartment where he lived by himself. And so they showed his bed there and his desk there, the couch and the wall full of, I don't know what, art or something. And now they're at his parents' house, which is in Nolensville, Tennessee, which is a little further north from Chattanooga, right? I actually wonder exactly how far it is. Is it about 2 hours or what is it? No, about an hour. I'll check it out now. Just hold on one second. Nolensville, Tennessee. Oh, it's actually pretty far up north. Hold on one second. From Tremont Street, Chattanooga to Nolensville, Tennessee. About a 2-hour drive, right? So now they're looking inside his parents' house. So just to see what evidence they have there. So let's see what they find.
Did you happen to open up that red box?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 91 will be the photo being shown currently. What is that?
It's a cell phone.
In what appears to be some kind of jewelry box, is that correct?
Correct. The red box is a jewelry box with jewelry and other items that are stuffed in there. You can see on the bottom half of the jewelry box, the black top half of a iPhone cell phone.
And is State's Exhibit 92 a closer up of that cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Does the cell phone have a case on it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that other item attached to the phone?
It's a ID/credit card holder. Here's one of those stick-on ones you can put on the back. of a cell phone.
Did you ever see this piece of evidence again throughout your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did the Chattanooga Police Department collect this cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Is this at eventually, we'll get there, but is this the phone that a forensic download was completed on at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 93. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
It's a separate angle of the same room we've seen photographs of. The first one shows the bedded area to include the small shelving area with the jewelry box on top. This is an angle that picks up the back corner of the left-hand side of the room that you can see the door, and you can see a chair which leads to a desk.
State's Exhibit 94. Is that a photo of the desk?
That's correct.
And there are what kind of items on the desk?
There is handwritten notes. There's a binder. There are glasses, Jason Chen's wallet, and a laptop computer.
Were those glasses collected that day, do you recall?
I do not recall. I know the photographs were taken.
State's Exhibit 95. Were these note cards collected from the desk?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 96. Again, this is a close-up showing again the glasses.
Yes, that's correct.
This is even more of a close-up, closer to the glasses, and then you can see that there's a notebook there with what appears to be writing on it.
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that black object behind that notebook?
It's a wallet.
Was the wallet collected
Yes, that's correct.
in the notebook?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I have the deputies flip off the screen light? Investigator Crawford, were you able to review these note cards?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to give you it's State's Exhibit 98. I'll give you the actual copy, but whatever one is easiest to read. Let me have this one right here. Do you see this note up here that says Crawford?
Yes, that's correct.
That's your last name, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And 423-443-0667, what is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right, and then let's go down here. Can you please read that out loud to the jury?
Saturday, starting from the top down. Saturday, November 19th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time she called. She has been a scribbled out word, long history of running away from her parents, comma, ran away to Canada, comma, has a restraining order against her ex, period.
And can you read this scribble here?
Starting from the top, it
Yes,
says she has a long history of running away from her parents. And then at the bottom, I believe it says great.
And then this note here.
Starting from the top down, it says talk to the 26th.
Oh my word, he's literally making notes of what to tell the police, obviously. Like, ooh, last time I saw her, November 19th. Well, that's a lie. She came to your house on November 22nd. They know her car arrived there. They saw her on surveillance leaving her parents' house. They know she was there, even based on her cell phone information, his cell phone information. What? But he's like, yep, saw her last on November 19th, spoke to her November 21st. That's it, and she has a history of running away from her family. Sure. Oh, he's like planning his whole narrative right here. Oh my goodness.
And it says missing.
Sorry,
It says at the bottom half, it says missing.
Okay. On that note part right there.
Correct.
This is a close-up, State's Exhibit 99 of other notes, correct?
That is correct.
Do these numbers mean anything to you?
Not right now.
And that you'd agree that says approach them, and then it looks like there's a note with some ring finger sizes.
Yes, that's correct.
Just a close-up of some of the things that you just read, correct?
Correct.
by any chance, I don't know if you'll be able to.
See if you can read this closer up, that purple note part.
Yes.
What does it say?
If law enforcement contact other family members, what to do, they do.
That was state's
Do they
exhibit. I'm sorry, did you say something else?
I corrected myself. It says, what do they do?
Okay, state's exhibit 100. This is a close-up of the State's Exhibit 101 of what you had previously read, correct?
That's correct.
Close-up of what you previously read, State's Exhibit 102, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
This is another note here.
Correct.
Okay, can you start with the top note and go ahead?
Oh my word, he writes here missing person yesterday. So he's tracking when her family caught on, oh crap, she's missing. They called 911. Now they've posted to Facebook, which was, I think, on November 26th when all of that happened. He's literally writing this all down like, oh man, okay, so a missing person from that day. What happens if they call family members? Let's just move this one over as well so we can see that. Talk to her, talk to her mom, November 26th. And meanwhile, he was impersonating her on social media. He posted to her Facebook saying, spending Thanksgiving with my baby in like a lingerie outfit. She didn't have any tattoos, so it was an old photo as well. So her family was like, she didn't post that. Like, what is this? So he was doing that. He was messaging her family to say, hey, I went to South Carolina for Thanksgiving. Have a great one, you know. So that's how he was trying to buy himself some time. But look at all these sticky notes as he's planning. Busy Bee, thank you so much.
Go ahead and read that.
Yes, this note at the top, I read the first part of that note in one of the previous pictures. The top note says, talk to her mom on the 26th. And it says at the bottom of that note, missing person yesterday.
And then let's go ahead and start reading the bottom note as best you can with the jumbled words.
The top down states, November 19th, last time I saw her. Scribbled out appears to be Shul. Says she would call me once a day is above. I crossed out every day. Last time was on the November 22nd on phone. I believe it says Tues, T-U-E-S. It's people writing.
State's Exhibit 104. This was the notebook that was sitting underneath the glasses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's go ahead and read this a little more clear here.
From the top down, it states Friday, November 18th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time we talked. She has a huge history of running away from her home in her teenage years. Mom was an alcoholic, ran away to Canada for several years and was homeless. Her dad left when she was a kid, has restraining order against her ex. The next bulletin says she was recently online Facebook, and the bottom says next to kin.
State's Exhibit 104.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I have to do this. This is now, again, public record. They're going to be showing, you could see Jason Chen, the defendant in this case. He's been charged with first-degree murder and abuse of a corpse, and he's facing a maximum sentence of life without parole if he does get sentenced. So what they're showing now is public record, exhibit, or evidence that's shown at a public trial. It is not doxing anyone or showing anyone anything that can't be shown here as part of this case. So they slowly but surely unpacking what he has there at his parents' house and going through everything, especially looking for any sign of Jasmine, because at that time, you know, even though they'd been to the apartment, they had discovered a lot of, you know, the Blue Star reagent, the blood evidence, and they believed that Jasmine was no longer alive based on that. They hadn't found her remains yet. So they were still actively looking for the evidence, like where's Jasmine? What did he do with her? So they showed us in the beginning of today the dumpster, some of her clothing items that he threw away there as well. That was sad to see as well.
5, is this an open photo, a photo of the opened wallet that was on that desk?
Yes, it is.
And what was inside?
Inside of the wallet, the crimes unit took out the 2 Tennessee state identification cards to show that those items were found inside of that wallet, to show also potentially identity, potential possessor of that wallet. Further inside of that wallet, miscellaneous credit and debit cards were found in there, along with health insurance card.
Were these 2 of the cards that were found inside that wallet?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the last 4 digits on that Regions Bank card?
4189
And the expiration date?
05/26.
And the name?
Jason W. Chen.
Were there other bedrooms in the home that law enforcement went through?
Correct. We went through the entirety of the house.
Okay. Was there a bedroom upstairs with a bed that had sort of striped sheets on it?
That's
Do you
correct.
recall?
There were multiple bedrooms upstairs. I have to see pictures.
Is this one of the bedrooms that was upstairs?
No, it's not.
Where was this bedroom?
That bedroom was located actually directly below the first bedroom we saw photographs of. I described going into the residence, going up the stairwell, coming back over a catwalk-style balcony to this side of the house, the left-hand side of the house. So the first room we looked at would be the top left. This room would be directly under it in the bottom left. So if you were to enter going to the living room area, the far left corner of the residence, what would be this bedroom is located at.
And is that the bedroom in the photo behind you?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 106. What is that black object on the bed?
It's a North Face backpack.
States Exhibit 107. Is that a closer up of that backpack?
Yes, that is correct.
Again, 108. Different angle with the North Face logo that you can see.
Correct. It's, after it's photographed, and once the searches began, they now flipped the backpack to document the other side of the backpack.
Were you able to identify whose backpack that is?
At the time when I observed the backpack in that room, I observed it to be consistent with a backpack Jason Chen was seen with in the days after the homicide and before. And contents within the backpack are indicative of Jason Chen being the possessor of that backpack.
Was that backpack collected by the police department?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what kind of items were in that backpack?
There was all sorts of miscellaneous items that one would find in a backpack, specifically potentially someone that was, had left the residence. There was multiple items to include umbrella, eyeglass case. It was a lot of different items.
Did you observe an eyeglasses case in the backpack?
Yes, there was a black eyeglass case in the backpack.
What was inside the eyeglass case?
Miscellaneous items to also include a Verizon SIM card.
Were you able to locate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, we were.
Where was it?
It was parked within the garage at that residence, the single car garage.
Was the garage door closed?
Yes, it was.
Were there vehicles in the driveway?
Yes, there were.
How many?
There were 2.
States Exhibit 112.
Doesn't this all just remind you a little bit of Brian Laundrie, the Gabby Petito case, when they went to the Laundrie home and searched their home and also showed, not that that ever went to trial, but, from what we saw, them carrying things out of the house and checking also his backpacks and his notes and everything as well. If you missed out on that case, there is a playlist for that as well.
What is the jury looking at here?
This is a photograph of from the doorway from the interior of the residence looking back into the garage. You can see the 2018 Toyota Camry. I described it as a single car garage. There are 2 doors, but it appears that they use half of the garage for storage. So there isn't really room for another car to be in there. So you'll see the car parked in there, and it's very tight quarters based on the amount of items that are in the garage. It's hard to move around and get around the vehicle center.
Were you able to verify based on the license tag that this vehicle was the vehicle registered to Jason Chen?
The Tennessee license plate and its VIN number.
And the VIN number, you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Just a closer up of Mr. Chen's gray Toyota Camry.
Yes, that's correct.
And then lastly here, Mr. Chen's license plate, is that correct?
That's correct.
did law enforcement confiscate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
We did collected his evidence at that time.
Was it taken to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, it was during the execution of the search warrant. That vehicle was then taken by tow and taken back to Chattanooga Police Department for further processing evidence.
Were you able to enter that vehicle at any point in time?
Yes, we applied for a search warrant for the search and processing of that vehicle, at which point it was granted. After the search warrant was granted and signed off, then we executed the search warrant and began processing that vehicle.
Did Mr. Chen's car smell like marijuana?
No.
So if we're going chronologically, this search warrant was executed. Chronologically in the investigation, what major event happened next?
The search warrant is executed. Mr. Chen's transported to the Millville Police Department. Subsequently, after he was transported, we concluded the search warrant at 1943 Ashburn Court to include collecting evidence and taking possession of the 2018 Toyota Camry that was subsequently towed back to the Chattanooga Police Department, followed by law enforcement investigators. After that was towed back, Mr. Chen was transported to the Williamson County Jail. We subsequently drove back to the Chattanooga Police Department, where then Mr. Chen was only placed under an NCIC hold, an investigative hold at that point. When we came back, I applied for an arrest warrant through the Hamilton County Magistrate's Office, at which point he was signed off for at the time for criminal homicide.
And at this point in time, did anybody know where Jasmine was?
No.
Were investigators and other law enforcement officers at the Chattanooga Police Department actively looking for Ms. Pace?
We did stop until we located.
What day was that arrest warrant issued?
The arrest warrant, it was issued on November 30th, 2022.
And do you recall what day it was that Jasmine's body was located on the side of the Tennessee River off of Sutt Creek Road?
On December 1st.
I'm not going to go into too much detail, but were you notified when Jasmine's body was located?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you report to that area where the suitcase had been found?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subsequently, did the medical examiner also arrive at that scene off of Sutt Creek Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it after that that you also went to the medical examiner's office for the autopsy?
That's correct.
Can you explain the difference for the jury between a forensic download of a cell phone versus obtaining cell phone records via search warrant?
Correct.
Can you explain the difference?
So you'll hear it during this trial that there's potentially evidence get brought forward. There is a forensic download of the cell phone. What that actually is actually having a device, at which point it's a different programming system after a search warrant applied for, consent is given for the phone. Essentially, one of our electronic evidence unit investigators will then utilize a set of programs to essentially crack into the phone if it has passcode. If it has passcode, sometimes we have the ability, based on the programming, to bypass that passcode. Once they're allowed inside the phone based on the programming, then essentially almost all contents from the phone is forensically extracted from that device. So the things that are going to show up in phone records are going to be the apps associated with that device. Certain things like iMessages that are communicated differently, can be communicated over Wi-Fi signal, will be different than your phone records because of how they're electronically communicated through the device. So inside that device, you'll also have your photographs that you've taken on your device. You'll have videos. You'll have internet search history. And some apps also allow for extraction of data, where other apps do not. So sometimes you may get Facebook messages. The way that it communicates on your phone and is stored, you'll actually get those potential communications via Facebook, but you don't get to see everything that happens with Facebook and how the extraction occurs. It doesn't show you their activity, their search history in terms of those apps. With the phone records themselves, the forensic download of the phone comes from the phone itself. Without the phone, we cannot do a forensic extraction of that actual device. So the other way to get potential records for someone, cellular records, is to go through the phone provider with either consent, subpoena, or search warrant applied for. We provide those things to the phone providers, where then we get the reports back from the phone providers on whatever we've requested from them. Those reports typically will have the subscriber information that shows who that device is potentially registered to, or that account is registered to. It will have cell phone records to include their call data report, or CDR reports, which will show generally the phone number associated with the device, who it called, when it called. It'll also have different types of location data, and they're called different things based on the phone provider themselves. They just have different classifications on how they report the data. So they'll provide, essentially, I hate to say GPS style coordinates, because that's not the way that they really are on how they're triangulated. But they will provide location data if it's available. They will provide call records, such as call logs. They will provide SMS or MMS text message data showing when text messages occurred. And sometimes, not frequently, we will get content. Sometimes certain phone providers will do a very minimal, typically less than a week or about a week of actual content that's transmitted. So it'll actually have content of what was text message. But typically we don't get that content. The content we get from the actual text messages would be from the actual device itself. From the forensic report is how we get that. From the phone report from the company, all we can tell is that a call was made, where a text message was placed, who it was to, who it was from, if it was completed, how long the call was, and where that device was located when these things are happening.
On the forensic download, where you actually need the physical phone, are you able to tell what has been deleted?
Part of the process of the program itself, it does have the ability to potentially to re-extract items that were deleted. It will identify and report if items were deleted. But depending on how that deletion of that phone occurred, we don't have any idea if items were deleted prior, other than having something else to corroborate, something has been changed to that phone. So a lot of times when something is deleted, like a photograph or potentially a text conversation or a call log, we are not able to recover those from the device.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Mr. Chen's cell phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that is
And
correct.
that provider was who?
Jasmine Pace's provider was Verizon.
And did the Chattanooga Police Department do a forensic download on Mr. Chen's cell phone?
We did.
Which cell phone, based on the photos the jury has seen today, was that?
It was the cellular device that was located in the red jewelry box within that upper room at 1943 Ashburn Court with the clear case and the backing on it, which I believe is for Boston College.
Do you have experience in reviewing a forensic download?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
Depending on how long someone's had a device or how active they are on the device, the reports can be very extensive, or they can be minimal, depending on their activity. If you have someone that's had the phone for maybe a week, that doesn't communicate a lot, doesn't take photographs, doesn't do those things, it's very quick extraction. There's not a lot of data that comes back because there's not a lot of activity on there. If you find a device that someone's had in possession for a couple of years, it could potentially still work thousands and thousands of pages of documentation to include photographs, timelines, associated apps, and call logs, text messages, all sorts of things. So they will be extracted and put into this forensic report, where then we're able to review it, because obviously it potentially comes in raw form, with raw data. I'm no computer expert in terms of reviewing raw data, but when it comes back in the report, we're able to review those forensic extraction reports and review the contents of that phone.
Is there a name for the software that's used to review those extraction reports?
There are different names. There's Cellbrite is one, and Axiom is another one.
Does the Chattanooga Police Department utilize Cellbrite?
Yes, that is. Cellbrite is actually the forensic tool, or one of the forensic tools that is utilized to forensically extract that information from the device.
Do you have much experience with Cellbrite?
Yes.
Approximately how many times would you say that you have performed forensic downloads and reviewed those downloads of cellular devices?
I've requested many, I don't know a number in terms of how many search warrants were applied for, consents were given for cellular devices where forensic downloads have been completed. We're submitting to our electronics evidence unit, and they include those downloads. Not only review evidence in terms of my own cases, but other people's cases as well, within the homicide unit and other investigative units upon request. Hundreds, I don't know.
Okay.
So I wonder what his Google searches were. Are we going to learn about that? What the heck did they find on his phone?
And were you able to review the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
Yes, I was. I got 84 through 114, so 115 would be next.
It's great how this detective, Zack Crawford, speaks to the jury, right? When they ask him a question, he always looks at the jury and explains everything very nicely to them.
I don't think the court was making sure that last batch of photos was admitted, asked for those to be admitted.
Your Honor, if I didn't, I'd ask for those to be next exhibit. One more thing.
I think 84 through 114.
Trey says, we have you on in our conference room, and let me just say it's interesting to have different attorneys coming in and out chiming in. Oh, I would love to see that. I want to be a fly on that wall. Thank you so much for having this on in your conference room.
Paper clip some of these together for you. Investigator, I'm going to approach you. Handful of photos. This one goes together. The rest are separate. If you could review those.
While he's reviewing those, counsel, Bruce.
Go forward.
Wait for another 30 minutes.
Hey.
Things pretty much flown by. It's 5 to 11. I usually like taking a mid-morning break. I think we're going to go probably about another 30 minutes of this next line of questioning. Would you prefer a break now, or you want to wait for another 30 minutes or so? You don't need a break now, Rachel. Okay, one. Okay, that's enough. All right. Good. So we'll go take a break now. It's 5 minutes to 11. It's probably back here at 5 minutes after 11.
Yesterday, I think it was Southern Cali B said, we are not the buffering type, because the feed was buffering for a second there, and we're also not the type to wait around for coffee breaks. So now we're just going to go ahead. Okay, we're teleporting right through this break that they had here. Looks like they come back right here. Okay. Listen here. Jinxed it with a buffering.
Sir, I'm gonna let them know. So I'm gonna step out front for a minute.
And probably would be a good stopping point for everything.
Just went down perfect.
This is the thing. Tamara, is it Tamara or Tamara? You said, I just looked up his charges and one news outlet says he cut up a body and threw in the river. I know what? I'm seeing a lot of like misreporting out there. I'm seeing people say that she was dismembered, that, yeah, body parts were thrown in the river. That's not true. Her body was placed in a suitcase and she was in fetal position. She'd been stabbed 60 times and her right arm was handcuffed to her right ankle, and then her left ankle was also shackled to that right arm. So only her left arm was free. So far I haven't heard any evidence of dismemberment or anything like that. So that's a bit weird, right? I saw it yesterday and I'm like, I saw people also talking about it in the chat. I'm like, what? We haven't heard any such evidence. So we'll just follow the evidence when it comes to that. The judge has such a kind face. I know I said it yesterday as well, but look at him. He looks so kind. Okay, let's go forward. What is happening? My goodness.
It gets confusing when it's like exhibits like.
It gets too big, it makes it.
You can't even, yeah, that's a good point. But I did number these.
What was the last number?
123.
Yes, ma'am. Bring it through.
Jason Chen. This is the attorney, Joshua Weiss. That is Jason Chen.
All right, please be seated.
So Investigator Crawford, remind us where we're at. I had just shown.
It's a little blurry, don't worry. It'll focus now. Lucy Kate said, I think one witness said that she was in 3 bin bags, so maybe caused some to assume. That's like quite a leap to take, right? So it was in opening statements, the state said that her body had been wrapped in 3 trash bags and that Jason Chen's fingerprints were in the innermost trash bag. So that's obviously very incriminating, as well as everything else, right? But yeah, I wouldn't go from that to just assuming that the victim was dismembered, but you never know. You never know. So far, we haven't heard any such evidence.
Photos after I'd asked a question about the defendant's cell phone download. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Are these photos that were taken? Well, let me ask you this. Let's go individually. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a picture of the back of the cell phone device collected from 1943 Ashburn Court, which was identified as Jason Chen's cell phone device.
And was this a photo that was taken when it was in the possession of the Chattanooga Police Department before download?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, ask that that be State's Exhibit 115. These records, there are approximately 11 pages. What are those?
It's an excerpt from a call history log, specifically the timeline area of the forensic cell phone extraction from Jason Chen's cellular device.
Does this reflect the calls that he was making, receiving, or missing?
Correct. It's a call log. It will show the date and time that a reported call occurred. It'll show the duration of the call, whether it's incoming or outgoing. It'll show potentially what type of communication it was. It'll show the reported numbers between the calling number or the number that was called or that was calling in. And in the device, if the number was identified via contact, it will have a generated name associated with that as well.
You recognize that as records taken from Mr. Chen's cell phone download?
That is correct.
Your Honor, ask that this be State's Exhibit 116, 116-1 through 116-11.
So moved.
And the rest of these photos, in vague terms, can you tell the jury what the rest of the photos represent?
This photograph is a photograph that was recovered off the cellular device in question we were talking about. It depicts that one.
Well, it's not, the jury will see it. Just in vague terms, are those photographs from Jason's phone and coordinating data?
Correct. They are phones recovered from the device along with the extraction data as well.
Photos that came from the device?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these be admitted. It would be 17, 18, 117, 118, 119, 120, 21, 22, and 23.
So moved.
All right. So, behind you, this you testified, 115, this is the cellular device that was retrieved from that red box in the bedroom at Jason Chen's parents' home.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what you performed the cell phone download on.
That cell phone download was performed. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 116-8. Is this a page of the call logs from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree it begins down here on this page on 11/19/2022
Yes, that is correct.
and goes up on this page to 11/24/2022 at 6:42 p.m.?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you be able to tell us based on looking at this if anything had been deleted or not?
No, not based on looking at this now.
Do you recognize any phone numbers of significance on this call history?
Yes.
And which phone number is that?
At the two up from the bottom, there is the phone number 423-664-2024. That is going to be the victim's cellular phone number.
423-664-2024 is Jasmine Pace's phone number.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you see the last call that Jasmine and Jason had?
Yes, it would be on November 22nd, 2022 at 11:56 a.m.
That would be 11:56 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And then what does this number over here represent?
That's going to be the call duration, so how long those two lines were connected and potentially conversations happened.
1 hour, 10 minutes, and 4 seconds.
Correct.
And then over here, what does received mean?
Received means that this cellular device received that communication, meaning that the number associated here on the right, the 1-423-664-2024, called this device, and there was a connection time for 1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
So what they're showing us here is on the 22nd of November of 2022, Jasmine spoke to Jason on the phone for 1 hour and 10 minutes. And that, what time was that? That says 11:56, right? I wonder if that's the correct time. Anyway, because they said that she had gone to the apartment after that. So if you missed the presentation with all the timeline, that's part of trial prep. But they said that in opening statements, they also talked about this, that Jasmine spoke to Jason for 1 hour and 10 minutes, and then she went over to his apartment, and then by 2:15 in the morning on November 23rd of 2022, neighbors heard screaming. Jasmine had sent her mom a location pin, and then no one could find her. And then they found her body on December 1st of 2022. So these are Jason Chen's phone records.
States Exhibit 117. Describe for the jury, even though they've seen photos at this point, describe for the jury where Mr. Chen, if that's Mr. Chen, and where Mr. Chen is at in this photo.
Based on the photo, you can observe the side profile of Mr. Chen, which is the left-hand side. You can see the picture of the drapery that's against the wall that's affixed, which is consistent with the same drapery that was there during the night we executed the first search warrant. The only thing that's not consistent in this photograph is that the bed appears to be in a different location at this point up against the wall.
What is metadata?
Metadata is associated data with pictures or different things that it's actually the data makeup of that image or device that could show potentially what cellular device for a photograph to show what cellular device potentially took that photograph, time, days, and sometimes if GPS location or location data is available or allowed to be available, it'll also give a timestamp and a estimated location of where that photograph was taken.
Is there metadata that's attached to every photo that you take with your phone?
Yes.
Is it accessible on a forensic download?
Yes.
Was there metadata attached to this photo?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 118. So most of the jurors probably have not seen this before. Can you just describe what we're looking at here? Would you like to?
We talked about the Cellphone program, which is the forensic tool used to extract the data off the cellular device. They actually have a program to allow us to read that data as it's extracted. So you will see at the top that it states extraction report, Apple iPhone, and Cellbrite. This is how that, when you're viewing it on a computer, that you would actually see at the top of the screen. In it, it's going to show that specifically this photograph's metadata is portrayed with the thumbnail of the actual photograph itself. You will see here the name that the device is given that photograph. Essentially, it's going to show the location of where it identified that photograph being located on that device. On the right-hand side, the additional info, it's going to identify the size of the photograph in terms of how much data that it takes up on the cellular device. Then it's going to give these times here. Specifically, it will show created date, modified date, and assessed date. Those can be different depending on what's done with that photograph. If it's edited, it can show different things, or even through success. Whether it was pulled up in a different program, or it could be done anything else. And this down here, the source file, once again shows the location of where it's stored on the device.
When was this photo created?
This photo was created, was identified as being created on November 20th, 2022 at 9:18 p.m. Now this says UTC +0. So essentially, at this time period, UTC, Universal Time Zone, it's basically, it would be, I think at this time it would actually be 5 hours. It would be closer to 4 p.m. before 18 because it doesn't have the conversion for the time at that point.
So the time's not exactly right on this, but the date would be based on UTC.
Correct.
Okay.
Also, Christine said, I'm not defending him whatsoever, but I tend to make notes when I need to remember the order of events because I have a very poor memory for dates and times. I mean, I like to make notes and timelines and things, but the problem with his notes is that it was deceptive. He was making updates. He said, last saw Jasmine on November 19th. That's a lie. She was at his apartment on November 22nd. So that's why his notes are a huge red flag. He was making literally sticky notes to try to create a story that he would tell police if they contacted him, which of course they did contact him because, man, he made a lot of mistakes. Thank goodness.
This is a photo that you located on Jason Chen's cellular device.
Yes, that's correct.
This is Exhibit 119. Pretty obvious what we see here.
Correct. So, hand holding them. Start with this. With the identifiable bracelet.
Was metadata attached to this photo in Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, it was.
I think that was a matcha latte. I don't like those. Do you like those? I just see a lot of people have them, a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people, I don't know, on social media. I'm like, let me try one. That's not for me.
Again, without the details, because now the jury sort of knows what metadata looks like, sort of summarize for them what this information means, especially now that we sort of have two separate, on the right-hand side, we have additional file info with items below it, but then we have metadata below that.
Oh my word, and that was on the 28th of November, this Starbucks, I think, matcha latte picture. He's like out there at Starbucks having matcha lattes? A week after murdering his girlfriend? Wow. Okay, that's very cool, calm, and collected. Sure.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, I was explaining the metadata that can be associated a lot of times with photographs. In this forensic report, it identified that essentially the camera that took the photograph is an Apple. Camera model is identified as an iPhone XR as being the camera model. The capture date, which essentially this photograph was taken, was July 23rd, 2021 at 4:51 and 11 seconds p.m. It's identified its pixel resolution at the time the photograph was taken. Also, the typical resolution on screen up to 72 different.
Ooh, metadata. Sorry, let's pause it. Okay, so what? Capture time. Okay, so it's from before. It's from before. Additional file info. So that's when they got it. So we've got to update that because of the metadata here. Camera make Apple. Camera model iPhone XR. Capture time 7/23/2021. All right. I take it back. And there's the rest of the information.
And it showed it had a horizontal or normal fixation picture.
Why would that information above that show that it was created, modified, and accessed on 11/28/2022?
This would show its actual physical creation date at the bottom, as identified via the forensic report. At the top, it's essentially showing that this photograph has been created, modified, and accessed at a different time. It's identifying that this is the original data capture of when this actual picture was taken. And essentially this photograph was potentially imported, sent, uploaded. It was placed in another program. And it actually identifies the source file here where it says JSON mobile library SMS, which is a formatting of text messages. And it shows that it was placed in as an attachment. And then it has its metadata associated typically with the photo.
So who did he SMS that to? So it's an old photo and he's SMSing it to someone. Much later, on the 28th of November of 2022. Jasmine was murdered on November 23rd of 2022. So if he's sending that to someone on November 28th, okay, now I take back what I took back. That's weird.
Photograph.
Were you able to locate on Jason Chen's phone photos in his photo file that were screenshots of text messages?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury about those text messages?
Yes, I observed multiple screenshot photographs, text message conversations between Jason Chen and the phone number of that of the victims. It identified the phone number at the top of the photographs. It said 423-664-2024. There are multiple screenshots that go all the way back to, I believe, August of 2021 to, I think the latest screenshot goes to, with the time depicted in the actual photograph of where it has a timestamp when something was sent or received is November 23rd of 2022.
Do you know of any reason why Mr. Chen had screenshot photos of his conversation with Jasmine Pace?
I can tell you that the actual text conversations were not recovered from the device. Did not recover these text conversations between Jasmine Pace's cellular device and Jason Chen's. The only communications that we observed were the screenshots. So the screenshots were the only evidence left over of the content of this text message.
What does it mean that you couldn't find the actual conversations themselves, only the screenshots?
I reviewed the contents of the forensic extraction to include the timeline, which essentially is a timeline of all activities on a device. So whether it's a log that's turning the phone on, your phone communicates with towers all the time, provide location data. Also, when you're using the internet, it provides location data, potentially website searches, it shows text message calls, all those things. I reviewed the timeline, I did not observe it. I went back through the messages portion of the forensic report to find these conversations within the device. I also reviewed other potential ways, such as call logs and things, and trying to find any ways that these were associated with that device. Like I said, that sometimes things can be recovered in the forensic extraction. Sometimes it has the ability to recover things that were deleted, and a lot of times it is not. So the only evidence at the time we had of the actual content were the text messages, because the actual text message were gone.
States Exhibit 121. Do you have an iPhone?
My wife has one.
Do you have experience with iPhones?
I did.
Have you worked, when it comes to downloads, have you worked extensively with iPhones?
Yes, they're about 50% of the phones we deal with.
If an iPhone sends a message to an iPhone, what color is the text?
An iMessage, the way it's communicated in a iPhone would come up as a blue color device. And if it's transmitted in green, it means either that device, the iMessage communications were not occurring. That could be for different reasons, such as the device was on, or that device that you're communicating with is not an iPhone itself and it's an Android style platform, which then you're not able to communicate via iMessage. You're communicating through a different platform in terms of SMS and MMS text messages.
What does it mean that, did Jasmine Pace have an iPhone?
Yes, per family's reports and our cell phone reports.
Did Mr. Chen have an iPhone?
Yes, that's correct.
What does it mean that these texts are green?
It means that iMessages weren't allowed to be completed at that time, essentially. Whether it means the device changed or that device didn't have the capabilities of communicating. So it could be a few things.
Based on other messages in the phone, were you able to determine what date these photos, the photo and the text were sent?
Correct.
What date?
It identifies, you want to have the pointer?
I'm sorry, I keep taking it from you.
The date itself, it's going to say Wednesday at 11:46 a.m. The way that it would identify it, essentially, if we were to look at the metadata, it would identify potential creation date or access date, which would further give us the year range as well. So even though it's only saying Wednesday at 11:46, based on the screenshot, the metadata would show us the year that it was created in, essentially. So it shows Wednesday, 11:46, and based on my knowledge of metadata, that would refer to 2022, and that Wednesday, 2022, 11:46 a.m. based on the metadata would be November 23rd, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. One second, Judge. Can you read the text messages there?
Yes.
And not the top, the two green ones.
So green ones starting down below. It's good morning. Slept like a baby, question mark. Made myself a matcha. Next one, starting at Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Question mark. And it says red directly under it.
Based on the location of that photo and those text messages, who were those sent from?
Based on how they were captured from the device, it appears they were sent from Jason Chen's cellular device to that of Jasmine Pace's cellular device.
Because that's Jasmine's phone number at the top.
Correct. That's Jasmine's phone number associated at the top. It just doesn't have her contact name.
States Exhibit 122. Does this person look like Jasmine Pace?
It's Jasmine Pace.
Do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the bathroom located in apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
And was there metadata associated with this photo?
Yes, there were.
Can you just again briefly explain to the court, to the jury, what that metadata indicates?
Essentially, this metadata, it's identifying created modified dates of 11/16/2022 at 2:02 a.m. It once again shows where that photo is documented being taken from, and then you're going to see the pixel resolution and orientation as the picture was taken.
All right, while we're talking about cell phones, who requested Jasmine's cell phone records from Verizon?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
And how was that done?
Originally, with Jasmine Pace's cell phone records, we contacted Verizon. Verizon has certain requirements for exigent circumstances to provide those records without a search warrant in place. We applied for exigent, we filled out an exigent form, applied it to Verizon, and they granted us exigency based on their requirements. So Verizon then sent us Jasmine Pace's phone records based on vacancy at the time.
Two documents, Investigator Crawford. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
The first one is a copy of the emergency situation disclosure, the action circumstance form I was disclosing. It's filled out. I filled out the form. I filled out the form to the best knowledge of information. And signed the form and faxed that form to them. The second documentation is from Verizon, certifying the records that we received from them in regards to Jasmine Pace's phone number are certified to the best of their, they're investigating the records and they're certifying those records.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be the statements to exhibits. One is the 902 affidavit from Verizon.
Is the next one from 24?
Yes, sir. I'll make the Verizon emergency situation disclosure 124 and the affidavit from Verizon certifying the records 125.
124.
Looking at this certification from Verizon, is this something that they typically send to verify that the records they've sent are in fact what they are claiming to be?
Typically, we also request them to certify them as well, typically for court purposes.
Okay. And can you see that there is a Verizon case number on that sheet of paper?
That's correct.
All right. You see this jump drive?
Yes.
I'm going to pop this jump drive into see the jump drive showed up on the laptop?
Yes.
All right, I just opened, will you verify that I just opened the jump drive that's in the side of the computer?
Yes.
And do you recognize what is on that jump drive?
Yes, there's a folder for the associated Verizon case number along with the name certification. There's also Excel sheet for cell site CDR, current 4G Bulkley data with the associated number with Jasmine Pace. There's also a certification of records for the associated case number for Verizon. And then the final Excel spreadsheet is for SMS content associated with phone number 423-664-2024 and the associated dates that we requested.
And this, there's a number here that says certification. Does that number match the number from Verizon and the affidavit from Mark Moran?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be admitted to the next exhibit.
The jump drive itself?
Yes, Your Honor.
To 126.
Okay. At some point after all of this, were you notified of a discovery by the owners or operators of the Tremont Apartments?
Yes, I was.
What was that contact?
On January 5th, I was in contact with the managing staff at the Tremont Apartment Tremont Loss. I had a conversation with courtesy officer, Officer Clemens. After our original search warrant and after the case unfolded, where we arrested Jason Chen and found Jasmine Pace, I knew that potentially at some point they may reclaim that apartment. Sometimes apartments will kick people out for breaking lease agreements and such. I advised them that if such were to happen, if they could contact me, I'd like to do another walkthrough of the apartment, just to do a final walkthrough of some sort. I talked to them. They actually called me back a little over a month later when they notified me that they were actually doing a renovation of the apartment. Due to their wording was because of the extensive amount of cleanup it was going to cost, they were actually just going to renovate the entire apartment. They notified me that that process started, and they provided me consent to go back into that apartment. Subsequently that evening, called crime scene. I wanted them to come back out and potentially redocument it after, if something else were to be found or located. Also, myself and Detective Teach responded, and the courtesy officer of the apartment complex, Jason Chen, responded as well to allow us further access to it, because I requested, once they provided that they had located potential items of evidentiary value to us, I requested that they stop until we had the ability to properly document those items. So they granted it and locked the apartment. I responded that evening just after 5 p.m., where then I did another walkthrough. I located other pieces of evidence within that residence.
Had they begun to remodel, renovate that residence at the time that you arrived?
Yes, they had.
You left this.
Let's go Crawford, if you don't mind.
There's that nice pen.
You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate representation of what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like when you returned after the apartment complex called you to tell you about potential evidence they'd found?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, this would be exhibits. I'd have to exhibit 127 dash 1 through 127 dash 17. This is exhibit 127-1. Investigator Crawford, if you can, again, just instruct the jury as to what we're looking at in this photo at this point.
Yes, this is a photograph from essentially standing within the bathroom area, looking back into the main bedroom or the single bedroom of that apartment. You can tell based on the other photographs that you've seen at this point that the flooring is different and items have been removed. At this point, you can see the subflooring. You can see a mattress pad and other objects that have been removed from the bathroom. That's the actual bathroom sink there as well.
Sorry, I'm numbering these, Your Honor. (127-2). What do we have here?
This is going to be the carpeted section from the bedroom. This is going to be the bathroom area leading into the bedroom. This will be the left-hand side. In earlier photographs of the original execution of the search warrant, the bed would actually have been located in this area right here.
So is this evidence that you did not find when you were in the apartment on the 28th of November?
That's correct.
Because the bed was there.
There was a bed placed over top. The other things that are different this time, at the time that the search warrant was executed, it appeared that the lights that were placed in there were aftermarket of some sort. They had a light of hue to them. It was not a very well-lit apartment. So a lot of things we did by way of flashlight at the time. Once they reclaimed the apartment, they put new lights in there for the assistance of renovation. So it was a lot brighter. I could actually observe a lot more things at this point in time than having to use just a flashlight and then lighting the apartment. So we did originally look under the bed for potential items of evidence. In this picture with the lighting as such, it's obviously more clear that there is a dark discoloration at this point. That night, myself and crime scene investigators did not identify that.
And did it also come to your attention through other evidence that Mr. Chen's bed before 11/23/2022 was not in the position it was when the search warrant was executed?
Correct. And when I re-entered the apartment after being granted by the apartment management to go back in and further process that scene with the well-lit lighting, I observed a few different things. Obviously, the dark discoloration was different than I originally observed. Not different, but I didn't observe it based on the lighting. Another thing is I could tell, originally I remember we talked about the potential, this splatter of some sort of an unknown substance. There's actually just above this picture, there's an oil stain a few feet off the ground that runs the length of it. I knew through investigative experience, through personal experience being a homeowner, that the length of it was consistent with the top of where your headboard meets the wall. When you sit up in bed, it's involuntary, but it happens. You rub your head against the back of the wall and an oil stain begins to build up there, especially for how long potentially you have that bed or that item placed at that location. I observed that on the wall as upon entry, and instantly you will see in this area, back behind what this is actually the tile that was taken from the bathroom area. This is just the bottom, the mortared section of the bottom of the tiles has been filled back and left here. There's going to be the original bed frame is still in that room. Most all the items were taken out by the family before the apartment was reclaimed. And then certain items were left there, so they were going to eventually get rid of that bed frame, but it was still in place during our discovery, which the bed frame itself, I observed it, the headboard, to be consistent with the oil stain that I saw on the wall.
And then the jury's already seen Exhibit 117. This was a photo you located on Jason's phone, correct?
Yes, that would have been, I did not observe that photograph particularly until after this secondary going back to the scene, due to there was approximately almost 10,000 images in the cellular device.
What is the blue matter that you can see coming out from under the carpet?
That's going to be the padding between the subfloor and actual carpeted area. If you're not familiar, some carpet has it built in. Some, you lay carpet down, obviously you don't carpet directly on the subflooring because it'll be hard and not as comfortable to walk on. This is going to be the padding for the bottom of the carpet that was in place prior to them starting to cut some of the other areas out.
And underneath the blue padding would have been what?
Underneath the blue padding would have been the subflooring itself, the wood.
State's Exhibit 127-3. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
This is going to be the carpet section as it's pulled back. You can see I pointed out a reddish brown color, a discoloration in the carpeted area where the bed was placed earlier during our first search of the apartment. After the carpet was further peeled back, you can see a larger reddish-brown discoloration that's consistent with blood. And you can see that that discoloration also then seeps directly back into the carpet or to the padding as well.
Based on your experience as a homicide investigator, what does that substance look like to you?
Blood.
That is hectic because yesterday we saw the Blue Star reagent evidence and there was so much, reaction, so much blood evidence that this detective said at a previous hearing he'd never seen that much in his whole career. So yeah, like now Casey Marie says blood pooled under the bed. Sure, there's a lot of evidence in this apartment, and this was Jason Chen's apartment. He lived in this apartment alone. He had previously lived with roommates. He was studying at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga. He was studying IT, and some of his previous roommates came forward after his arrest and said that he was scary. He freaked them out. They had to lock their doors, and it's male roommates, so that he just had a weird vibe about him. So seeing this evidence on top of what we saw yesterday is very hectic. Thank you so much, Michelle.
State's Exhibit 127-4. Is this a closer-up photo?
Yes, that's correct, with markers in place to show the size of the section itself.
Were those markers placed there by the crime scene unit?
Yes, by my request.
Did they collect that item?
Yes, they did.
State's Exhibit 127-5.
It shows the carpet padding as it's been pulled up to further reveal the suspected blood that has now seeped through the carpet, the padding, and onto the subflooring itself. You'll see the two major sections where it seeped all the way down to the wood section itself.
State's Exhibit 127-6.
It is another photograph of the subflooring from a different angle. This is actually the other side of it with markers to give size relevant.
State's Exhibit 127-13.
At this point, you're going to see the bed now fully assembled. Like I said, the bed was there, the bed frame was there, the mattress was still there. Myself and crime scene investigators requested that we put the bed back together to see if we could further depict the details of what happened, during this incident. After putting the bed frame back together, we then placed it on the wall in the area that I believed that the potential long-term use of that bed frame to be used based on the discoloration of oil stains on the wall, which then it made it more consistent with the blood pattern located on that day. We inspected that bed frame further. It was disassembled. We inspected the bottom of that bed frame to see if potentially could we rule out that bed frame was up against the wall and someone was stuffed under there. We didn't see any blood transfer to the underside of that bed frame. The only blood transfer that we observed was on the side of the frame that's consistent with somebody being placed on this side of the bed.
All right, now we're seeing what you've been describing in 127-17. Can you just explain that to the jury briefly?
Yes, you can see it more clearly here. In this picture, it looks similar to a shadow, but it's actually from this section here, just above here, is going to be dark discoloration that's consistent with like oil stains from hair, body, and things like that, such as touch that you normally will have. As you can tell, as the bed frame falls off, so does the dark discoloration, and it does such in the other way as well. So it's very consistent with the bed frame in place and that bed being in place there for an extended period of time.
127-11, just a further, a more distant photo of the entire bed as you put it together there in the bedroom.
Yes, that is correct.
This would be exhibit 127-16, just from the other side of the bed. Again, the same markings where you pointed out before, wear and tear on the wall.
Correct. And the difference here is you can actually now see the shadow that's created from the bed in the light, this dark strip here. You can see like how it gets darker here, and it's not, this is not a shadow, this is an oil stain on top of here. Just to show, and to be honest, most of it's concentrated on this side of the bed frame, where it would be typical if a single person resided there, that you'd only have one side. Most people have the side of the bed that they typically pick, especially if you have a significant other and you sleep there every night. It's consistent with that with a single person, single residence.
And then lastly, 127-10, you mentioned that there was what looked like discoloration that resembled blood on the bed frame. Can you explain where this photo was taken?
Yes, this is going to be on the side of the bed frame. When we were looking at the picture of the bed itself fully assembled, it's going to be on the left-hand side about halfway up. There's the dark reddish brown discoloration on the fabric of the bed frame that is consistent with blood.
You're on a minute approach.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, almost noon. I understand the lunch is being set up in the jury room now. We'll take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes to 12. Let's try to resume the trial at 1 p.m.
We're obviously going to teleport, so buckle up, everyone. new here now, this is Joshua Weiss, the defense attorney. This is the defendant, Jason Chen, 24 or 25 years old now. And he's on trial for the murder of 22-year-old Jasmine Pace. Crime took place on November 23rd of 2022 in the early morning hours. Okay, so let's go forward and see. Wow. Okay, hold on. Are they even back yet?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stand by. I just quickly want to refresh this feed. Wow, they're not even back yet. Okay then. That's a very long lunch break. They better come back soon. We don't like waiting. Let's quickly look at the local time there. 1:15. What are they doing? I mean, wow. Okay, so let's do a quick recap here. And if you have any questions, let me know as well. We'll do it like this. Yeah, the sound is off so we won't get a fright. So for those of you who are new to the case, welcome. Thank you for watching the trial with me. We like to teleport through coffee breaks, lunch breaks, usually a lot of paper flapping. We've gone forward a little bit, all right? So we have now teleported and we are watching the live feed, which I wonder what the holdup is. What are they doing? What time do they say they're coming back? I'm like, what? You guys are late. Okay, so let's quickly go over this. If you're already very familiar with the case, you did your trial prep, you even watched perhaps the OG episode from December 2022, because that's back when I covered this case, right? So bear with me if you already know about it, and maybe you can answer people's questions if they ask, right? So Jasmine Pace was 22 years old. I mean, so young when she was murdered. Jasmine Pace, nicknamed by her family and friends as Jazzy, was born May 29th, 2000 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Her mother is Catrina Pace, her stepfather is Scott Bean, and her father's Travis Pace. She had 4 siblings, Travis, Gabby, Enoch, and Aiden. Travis passed away at the age of 14. That was from an ATV accident. And from the articles that people have been sending me, it sounds like a hit and run. It sounds like they don't know who did it, from what I've read. So that's very, very sad. So she attended Red Bank High School and Chattanooga State Tech College. Her family and friends described her as enthusiastic, sincere, and kind, and said she loved animals. She had 4 cats. She was last seen on November 22nd of 2022. Jasmine was murdered and she was only 22 years old. I've got a purple flower there for her. At her funeral, they had purple, or celebration of life. They had purple and pink flowers. So we've been sharing purple and pink hearts in honor of her. I haven't been able to find a source for like her favorite color or something like that. Now this is Jason Chen, who is on trial at the moment, of course. And he was also 22 years old at the time, and Jasmine and Jason met on a dating app. And apparently they actually met in 2021, according to the evidence we've heard of the trial so far, but they rekindled their relationship and started dating in May of 2022. And during that time, because some people asked yesterday, maybe they had never really met up in person. They had met up in person. They were dating. They hadn't met each other's families yet. But they were together for about 7 months at the time that, the murders took place. They'd taken a trip to Chicago together as well. So that's also how we know they had met up, of course. So he was born on September 11th of 2000. Apparently he was born in New York. We can see the camera shaking. They'll be back in a minute, but just let me get through this a little bit and then we can at least defluff. Okay, so I'll monitor that. Hold on. So he was born in New York. Apparently then he was flown to China to live with his grandparents until he was 4 years old, while his parents were establishing themselves in Tennessee. They apparently own a restaurant there. And so when he was 4 years old, then he flew back to America and he lived with his parents since then. So since he was 4, he grew up in the United States. He was born there and all of that. Okay. So I'm just going to pause this. Well, actually just wait. I'm just going to wait. The judge is on the screen, but he's not talking and there's no sound. So we'll just wait a little bit. Now, he lived in the North Shore area and he graduated from Nolensville High School. In 2022, he was a college student at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga studying computer science. They'd only been dating for a few months, as I say, from May of 2022 when she went missing. Former classmates said that he had a reputation of impersonating students online. So that's weird. That's already a red flag. So, especially with him having burner phones and things like that. a Polaroid camera, handcuffs and shackles. I mean, he's really a red flag, especially in hindsight, right? So they said his personality is just very off. He's not very good at social cues and things like that, said a middle school classmate. A university classmate said he just kind of gave off this weird vibe. He just kind of unsettled people and just like how he behaved. And a former roommate, Brian Barrett, said that he locked his bedroom door and slept with one eye open because Jason made him feel so uncomfortable. He said Jason's behavior could include mood swings, aggressive behavior, or other concerning actions that led him to feel unsafe. So if a male roommate in the past had to lock his door and sleep with one eye open because he felt so unsafe, wow, that's a red flag, right? So at the time, Jason Chen was living alone at his apartment at that 110 Tremont Street, which is public record, public information, part of the exhibits of this trial. And so what happened was on Tuesday, November 22nd of 2022, Jasmine was seen on surveillance leaving her parents' home at 11:27 p.m. And at 11:43 p.m., she arrived at Jason's apartment. By 2:15 a.m. on November 23rd of 2022, neighbors said they heard a woman screaming from the apartment. Unfortunately, nobody had called the police. They just reported what they heard, and they knew it was coming from apartment 210. And at 2:18 a.m., Jasmine shared her location with her mom via text message. Now, her mom only saw that the next day. In the meantime, Jason had pretended to be Jasmine, obviously using her Facebook account and her phone, while he was going to Walgreens and Walmart and all of that, to buy cleaning supplies. He was very dodgy on the 23rd. But he was telling her mom, as if he was her, that, hey, I'm going to South Carolina for Thanksgiving. And her mom found that strange because, let me just pause it there. Her mom found it strange because she was like, okay, but her grandmother just passed away. Jasmine was grieving the loss of her grandmother. She went to her boyfriend, Jason, for comfort. As I say, Jasmine's mother had never met him before. She just heard that she was kind of seeing someone, they're getting to know each other. And so she's like, all right. And then she finally got hold of that friend, and the friend said, no, I don't live in South Carolina, and there's no plans to meet up. So that was a huge concern, plus the location pin. Earlier, before we started the live stream today, someone had asked in the chat, why would her mom not go there? Well, we don't know that she didn't, and even if she went there, it would be like an apartment complex she'd never seen. There was no sign of Jasmine's car there or anything, so she was confused if she had gone there, right? So therefore, what Jasmine's mom did was, she's a total grizzly. She was like, okay, we need to track Jasmine's car because her friend said that they were not meeting up. So where's her car? So she actually got the My Chevy app and tracked Jasmine's vehicle. And that was parked at another random apartment complex where Jason Chen is believed to have driven the car because they said they have him on surveillance wearing that same outfit that they saw him on in other surveillance. Obviously, the defense will say, how do you know that it was him? But, they have that surveillance. They believe it was him, that he just dropped Jasmine's car off at this 900 Mountain Creek Road. So her mom went there. That was on November 26th. And then you could see here Jason was cleaning up. That's also a picture of the surveillance image. So her mom went there. November 24th is when she got the text, okay? So November 26th, Jason's keeping Jasmine's Facebook alive. He's posting this old photo of her where she had no tattoos yet and saying, enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby. Right. And so on November 26th, her mom tracked her car. And when she got there, she's like, this is so weird. The car is like locked. It looks super clean as well. Her sister's like, that doesn't look like Jasmine's car even. And her mom called 911. Now, initially, the police were not very helpful. They're just like, okay, so she's an adult, So her mom went back to that location and she started talking to the neighbors, the location pin that Jasmine had sent on November 23rd. So Jasmine must have sent that location pin, as she was being attacked or when she realized something is going terribly wrong so that her mom could come and help maybe or just know where she last was, which is so sad to think of, right? That's Jasmine just knew, I have to send my location pin. This is where I am and probably in danger based on what the neighbors were hearing at the same time. Anyway, so her mom went there. She knocked on doors. She spoke to neighbors. The neighbors said, well, we heard screaming coming from that apartment. We heard a neighbor, like the apartment 210. We heard a woman screaming, but they said it was like a constant scream. But yeah, again, no one called the police. So if you hear something, if you see something, say something, call the police. It might save a life, right? No one wants to be like overly sensitive, but the whole "it's not my business," I don't think that really flies. You know, we got to keep people safe. We got to help keep society safe. And all you could do is call the police. They can come check it out. If it isn't anything, okay. But if it is, you never know. Because Jason Chen stabbed Jasmine 60 times. And the state believes that she was handcuffed before he did that because of all her injuries, mostly to her right-hand side. The defense is saying there's no evidence of when he handcuffed her, like handcuffed her arm to her right arm to right leg, and also her left leg to that right arm as well. So like double shackled. And she was all injured on her right-hand side, right? 60 is a lot. You know, if you just were to count like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Imagine how many, that's 60 times. So the defense is saying he like blacked out. Jasmine was jealous because he got a message on Tinder and a fight broke out. And so he just blacked out and he stabbed her. But, you know, it sounds like they're leaning towards almost like a self-defense or like a mental health type angle. They were also blaming him on, you know, saying that he was intoxicated at the time. I mean, sure. Anyway, so then he put her body in a suitcase and he disposed of that suitcase at that 900, not the 900 Mountain Creek Road, 1000 block of Suck Creek Road. Her body was discovered on December 1st of 2022. But just a day, was it a day before? A day before, November 30th, they arrested him based on the evidence at the apartment because finally the police came out. Once her mom had gone to his apartment, spoken to the neighbors, she broke into the apartment. So the defense is working with that as well, saying, ooh, you broke in. So that's not normal. That's why they cross-examined her like that yesterday. She broke into the apartment. She wanted to find her daughter. And there was her daughter's handbag with an ID card, driver's license, multiple credit cards. And she's like, what? So she told the police, here's my daughter's handbag. Her car is parked over there. I don't know what's going on. She sent a location pin from here. They came out. They tested the area with that blue star reagent. They could see blood in the grout already, and it just lit up. So a huge crime occurred there. And so it became a homicide investigation. So, are we all caught up? Do we know what this case is about? I really hope so. Okay, here we go. Let's start playing it from here, where they come back from lunch. This is Jason Chen.
All right, please be seated.
So the strategy the defense is really going for is to try to get him a lesser charge instead of first-degree murder. You know, they're saying, no, it wasn't premeditated and this was manslaughter. You know, so they're trying to really just get him a lesser sentence because he's facing life without parole. They did not pursue the death penalty in this case. I don't know why. It's a death penalty state, so I'm not too sure why that is. Maybe her family indicated they didn't want to do that. I'm not sure. But yeah, the max sentence he's facing for first-degree murder charges and abuse of a corpse is life without parole. All right.
Hope you had a good lunch. And real life stuff. All right. I'm going to take a property line for.
All right, so where we wrapped up before lunch was, you can still see the picture behind you, the second entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so after this part of your investigation, what happened? So you testified that we located her body. And you went back in the apartment the second time. Do you recall when this was again? You told the jury.
It was approximately January 5th.
So after major portions of an investigation have been completed, what from that point forward are you doing as a homicide investigator?
First and foremost, trying to...
Sorry to pause it there. The sound is just coming in and out, so just bear with it. It is boosted for you, okay? Real Happy said, do we know anything about his alcohol or drug use habits? So, something that we did not watch together, because we kicked off with opening statements, which is also great for replay viewers, right? Is they had a Daubert hearing on day one, which took up the entire morning. So I did tell you about that on day one, and you can go and watch that full hearing if you want to on Law and Crime, where the defense suddenly brought out this expert, Dr. Douglas Lewis, a forensic psychologist, and they said that they want him to testify as an expert witness. And so I think that's still being considered. They didn't really reach a conclusion at that point, from what I understood. But the point is, he brought up that Jason Chen had substance abuse issues with alcohol and MJ, let's say that. That's why I think the state keeps asking, did the car smell like MJ? Did the apartment smell like MJ? You know, checking for those. In the toxicology report for Jasmine, there was no alcohol or any substances in her system. So just to clarify that as well. So I think the defense is kind of going for all those strategies. Like, no, it wasn't premeditated. He blacked out. You know, he was trying to defend himself. He was intoxicated. So, you know, trying all of those strategies, trying the best, of course, for their client.
To potentially discover more evidence in the case, such as executing search warrants on other pieces of evidence, trying to contact TBI in terms of processing further evidence in the case. Also, even though I was assigned this investigation, my duties as a homicide detective don't stop there with this investigation. So during the meantime, I'm also being assigned more investigations to include further homicides that come up in the coming months.
Would you have been looking for video evidence?
Yes, I was.
Looking for evidence that pertains to Mr. Chen's involvement with Jasmine Pace.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the Real-Time Intelligence Center is?
Yes, the Real-Time Intelligence Center is essentially it's a unit within the Chattanooga Police Department. In the city of Chattanooga, we have city-owned and operated cameras that are also monitored by the Chattanooga Police Department that are placed through strategic locations throughout the Chattanooga area. Those cameras work in many different functions. Some cameras are fixed cameras. Most of our fixed cameras that we have will have essentially 4 cameras at that location that will look in 4 different directions to potentially try to cover that specific area in like a 360-degree angle. Some of the cameras that were in place are pan-tilt zoom cameras, and based on a timed rotation, that camera will pan out a view of the intersection. It will then zoom in for approximately 15 seconds before zooming back out, and it will complete that cycle until it's done 360 degrees. So sometimes we have cameras that are stationary and look at one angle the entire time, and sometimes we have a camera angle that shows part of something. Normally when something gets good, it turns to another angle. But those cameras are, like I said, owned and operated by the city of Chattanooga. They are maintained by the Chattanooga Police Department, and the Chattanooga Police Department monitors those cameras. Also, with those cameras, they're given access to other officers to potentially monitor, deter crime, and see potential traffic congestion and those things as well.
When you say that employees of the police department are monitoring ARDIC, is it called ARDIC?
ARDIC is the abbreviation for real-time intelligence.
That's what it's called within the community, is ARDIC cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say it's being monitored, are they being monitored in real time?
Yes, that gives the name. We have, depending on what time of day it is, we have ARDIC investigators. They have a place inside the police station that has multiple TVs and camera angles that they will look at specific calls that come in. If a call comes out in a specific area, act of violence or a burglary of some sort, they attempt to access those cameras to get suspect information. And a lot of times, when there's stuff that's not going on, there's one of those cameras to make sure that no potential crimes or something suspicious going on at the time. But there's active investigators that are looking at those cameras. Typically, it's only filled by 1 to 2 active investigators at a time that are monitoring those cameras. And you can determine that the size of the city of Chattanooga, obviously they can't get to every camera placed throughout the city. But other investigators within the department also have access to those cameras as well.
So are you able to ask individuals that work in the ARDIC Center to go back and look for video footage that they may have not seen anything nefarious at the time, but as an investigator you can ask them to go back and pull up video for you?
Correct. We have, depending on the cameras and servers, when they were placed, anywhere from a few days of video footage to up to a month of video footage could be stored at a time on the cameras before they potentially deleted it.
Do you know approximately how many ARDIC cameras there are in Chattanooga?
It's ever expanding. I don't know the exact number. I would guesstimate over 100.
Would you describe them as helpful in solving crimes in Chattanooga?
Yes, video footage is extremely helpful. Obviously, if you can see it, it takes out the middleman in terms of getting access to that video. Because sometimes when we do these neighborhood canvases, we're trying to locate witnesses or video footage. you have to make contact with that business owner or that homeowner, and then not only, once you make contact, you're seeking permission to then have access to that video footage to potentially see if it captures anything. But in terms of the real-time intelligence center cameras, we have direct access to those cameras at all times. So we're able to review those cameras. Sometimes maybe we get enough video footage so we can go back and we can monitor that as many times or review it as many times as we want.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was an Arctic camera close to 110 Tremont Street?
Yes, I did.
How did that information come to you?
I'm very familiar with the Arctic cameras within the homicide unit. I'm somebody that rely upon when it comes to certain types of investigations. One of those is being the ability to review camera footage. So I was familiar with the camera being placed at the intersection of Tremont Street and Fraser Avenue. It's actually most of our Arctic cameras, basically all, because of the power source they need, are mounted on electric poles placed there by EPB. So it gets direct source by the city-owned power. We have somewhere where they can mount it to, so the city has full permission to place those cameras there, place in public areas, and I knew there would be one approximately less than a block south of where Ms. Pace was last seen and ultimately murdered.
Were you able to request to see the video footage from that Arctic camera from the days of November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
I don't have to request that video footage. I actually have direct access to all the Arctic cameras. So I've pulled the cameras up myself since I have direct access, and I view them on my laptop.
Were you able to retrieve video from that Arctic camera from November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
To orient the jury, Investigator Crawford. Okay. The jury has seen this several times. You recognize this area, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, we just saw the front of 110 Tremont Street. You're going to see Tremont Street as it bleeds down into an area of Coolidge Park. And you have Fraser Avenue, which goes from left to right or east to west.
What is that?
That is going to be one of our Arctic cameras. Typically, they are in a block style for storage, communication. You can see the dome style bubble at the bottom, and that's actually going to be our physical camera there. And this specific camera actually picks up, has still video, where it actually monitors different areas, such as the streets.
And is this the Arctic camera that you were able to pull footage from around the time of November 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you review that video?
I did.
It's on the list of Fraser Avenue, 1122, Fraser, 1122. So we stick this jump drive in this computer. You agree that it just showed the USB was entered?
Yes.
Accurate depiction of the footage from that day as you saw it in 2022 or 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the 11/22/22 Arctic footage be admitted into evidence.
128.
Okay. This folder says Arctic 11/23.
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
129.
All right. Before we get to video footage, Investigator Crawford, I'd like to talk about the location of several spots we've talked about throughout this trial. 110 Tremont, you can see a little sliver of it on the screen behind us, correct?
Correct.
How far away from 110 Tremont is the Walgreens at which Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022?
Just a few blocks to the west.
And then from Jason's apartment to the Walmart where Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022, how far apartment to Walmart?
Less than 10 minutes.
How far from Jason Chen's apartment to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Approximately 15, 16 minutes.
How far from the Walmart to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine's vehicle was located?
Just a few minutes separate.
How far from Jason's apartment was Jasmine Pace's body located on Sub Creek Road?
Approximately 14 to 15 minutes.
How far is the Walmart from where Jasmine Pace's body was located?
Just a few minutes, 45.
So would it be fair to say that we're talking about a pretty small area of activity that we've spoken about throughout this trial?
That's correct.
All right. Yes. Can we switch to prosecution laptop, Your Honor? I'll ask Investigator Crawford if you'll turn around. Before you start playing, Paul, Investigator Crawford, this is video footage from that RD camera, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Similar to what you just saw that I showed you on the laptop.
Yes.
And if you can see on the bottom there, does it have a date? Can you show the bottom?
Yeah.
Just show it a second ago. There we go. Is that date accurate?
Yes, it is.
Would that time be accurate?
That's correct.
So 11:42 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Note that we are going to begin to play it, Your Honor, around 11:42:41. What type of vehicle did that look like to you?
A Chevrolet Traverse.
That was Jasmine arriving at his apartment on November 22nd at 11:43 p.m. is when they said she arrived. Now we know because they can see this at 11:42.
And did it look like Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Traverse?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Chevrolet? A white Chevrolet?
Yes.
Okay. And when that vehicle pulled in next to the apartment building, what pull-in would that have been in comparison to Jason Chen's apartment?
This pull-in here is going to be the parking lot area that's just south. So the picture we kept looking at, the street view of 110 Tremont Street, would actually be to the right. To signify there's these signs here that are permanent. You can also see the trees over here. Essentially, there's a pull-in location. It's kind of darker discolored here. That's the driveway to the southern parking lot.
You are familiar with the My Chevy app that the Pace family was able to view to show where Jasmine's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the time on this video match the time on the My Chevy app that would have shown her arriving at 110 Tremont on 11/22/22?
Yes, it's consistent with her travel there.
Okay. Now let's move on to 11/23/2022.
So what they just showed us was Jasmine arriving at Jason Chen's apartment. You saw her vehicle pulling into that apartment complex at the Tremont Road, 110 Tremont Road in Chattanooga, Tennessee, right? But now we like things chronological, right? So they're actually going back now to show, because they just said 11/23, and they said on Tuesday, November 22nd of 2022, in this criminal complaint, right, Jasmine was seen on surveillance leaving her parents' home at 11:27 p.m. So if they're talking about 11:23, we're probably going to see her vehicle leaving the area of her parents' home and making her way, which would be what, like a 27, 37, 40, like a 15-minute drive to Jason Chen's house. Oh. Or it's daylight. So this would be when he's driving her vehicle. But did they specify the date? It's bright now. He drove her vehicle on November 23rd to 900 Mountain Creek Road and just parked it there. A random residential area. There's apartments there as well. He just parked her vehicle there and left it there.
All right, can you pause it, Turmoil? What do we?
Ooh, so yeah, I think that one where they showed us daylight was probably from November 23rd. He had murdered Jasmine. Remember, he's on trial. I can't really say innocent until proven guilty because his defense attorney said he did it. For him, it's more argument of was it premeditated or not, okay? So just to clarify why I'm saying it like that. So on November 23rd, at around 2:15 in the morning, the neighbors heard screaming and they believe that's when he murdered Jasmine Pace. And then on November 23rd, he went to a Walgreens twice. He went to a Walmart. He dropped off her vehicle. He went to dispose of the suitcase with her remains in it. So he was very busy on that day. He bought cleaning supplies, you know, peroxide, bandages. He threw asparagus in there, which he rang up, but didn't buy asparagus. That was weird. That was a weird thing to do, but okay. And so they're showing, I think they're going to show us some of this Walmart and Walgreens footage.
What are we looking at here, Investigator Crawford?
This is a camera within the Walmart, specifically the 500 Signal Mountain Road Walmart that was introduced earlier.
Do you recall when this surveillance footage was taken?
Yes, the date from which the surveillance was taken was from November 23rd of 2022.
If you can play it, General Moore.
There he is. Oh my word. This guy just like sunglasses on, hat, like, all right, time to buy some cleaning supplies. Very dodgy in hindsight.
There's going to be another video from Walmart. It's the same day, same event, just when Mr. Chen was checking out.
Yes, that's correct.
Look at the band-aids. You know what I don't see in this footage is that they said when he left the apartment complex that day he had like black cloth wrapped around his hand. I think they said his right hand. And now here he is buying Band-Aids. So I wonder, because he went to Walgreens twice and Walmart. So I think this is the Walmart shop, right? So maybe he'd already cleaned up his hand and all that, because he's definitely not got that like cloth around his hand now. He's just buying more Band-Aids. So, okay.
Those towels look like anything you've seen before.
Yes, they're consistent with the hand towels that we located in the top right-hand corner cabinet closet area of Jason Chen's apartment.
What color are Mr. Chen's shoes?
They're white.
Does that appear to be the same hat that Mr. Chen had on when you met him in Nolensville?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall the time of day that this video was captured?
Also, we'll hear that answer now. I think that this can that he put in there first it looked like a can of asparagus. Right? It looked like it. So I don't know. There's a bit of confusion about did he ring it up or not? Did he ring up asparagus as something else? We'll have to watch that on the replay again. Okay, and when you do watch it on the replay again, make sure you comment below what you see.
He was in the Walmart area between 10:46 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.
And did it correlate, this video correlate with the receipt that was previously entered as an exhibit in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please continue to look? Does that phone look familiar?
Yes, it's the same clear phone case with the same sticker on the back that's in relation to Boston College, along with the debit card that's consistent with what we located inside of his wallet in Nolensville.
You can go back.
Yeah, true.
All
Wait, someone, you jogging my memory there. Missy J said the first item was like organic oatmeal or something. And remember yesterday they talked about it not being asparagus, but actually cereal bars? Which is, like, I'm still trying to understand why he's ringing up asparagus. Why is he ringing up asparagus when it's really cereal bars? It's so weird. Okay. Okay, pause. LAB from Tennessee says, so, just to clarify, they didn't find her car at his apartment. He drove it somewhere else. Correct. He drove it from the 110 Tremont Road apartments where he stayed by himself. He drove it to 900 Mountain Creek Road, which they said was about 15 minutes away. And he just parked it there. So I still want to know how he got back. Did he get an Uber? Did he walk? What did he do? You know, did someone pick him up? Because he dropped the car off there and left it there.
Did you see a time come up on Mr. Chen's phone that you can that December 9th day is the date that this video was retrieved, correct?
Correct.
Did you see a time on Mr. Chen's phone?
There is a time associated with this.
And here, in this photo, you can see Mr. Chen's wrist in this photo, correct?
Correct.
And does he have a bracelet on?
He does.
Does it match the bracelet that he had on in his matcha photo that he sent to Jasmine Pace?
It does not.
But that picture was, those texts were from the same day as this video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Move on to Walgreens. So this video, there are two sets of videos were collected from Walgreens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was one earlier in the day?
Yes, it was.
And was one later in the day?
Yes, it was.
Is this video footage from earlier in the day or later in the day?
It's going to be the earlier video footage around 1:39 p.m.
Based on your knowledge, the date and time are correct on those videos as Walgreens testified?
Correct.
Okay.
To put all this in perspective, he had stabbed his girlfriend 60 times, put body in a suitcase, and then did all the shopping. Like, when you see him just like casually walking into Walgreens and Walmart like that, isn't that so scary to think what he did just hours before? Sure.
Got to see somebody walk in the door? Your Honor, we can't fast forward through these videos, so we're just going to wait just a few minutes.
Okay.
Crawford?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen that hat before?
Yes, I have.
Did this transaction correlate with one of the receipts that we've already seen?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, briefly before we go to the next video. Based on your previous interactions with Mr. Chen, and then reviewing these videos, were you able to identify the person in those videos?
Yes,
Who is that person?
Jason Chen.
Do you see Jason Chen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for the jury?
I see him directly across from me with a dark suit, with a bluish tie, with glasses.
In between two lawyers?
That's correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Chen has been identified.
So it would.
Okay, so then we're going to go back to real-time intelligence center video, Arctic camera footage. And Investigator Crawford, we are going chronologically here. Can you pause this, General Moore? Okay, so again, correct date on the bottom?
Yes, that is correct.
Is the time correct on the bottom?
Yes, there are IP-based cameras that are synced with the internet.
Would that be 5:59 p.m.?
That's correct.
Can you flip the front? Mr. Chen's apartment right there to the right.
Yes, and this structure you can see just at the edge of this building is going to be his apartment complex. Just between here is the front stairwell and obviously the brush, and then this is the parking area over here.
We're going to have to go back a little bit. I think we started it too late. Investigator Crawford, does that appear to be a person in a suitcase?
Oh my
Yes, in
word.
the area
I I did not know that that's what I'm like looking out for the car. Did it come back? Because I'm looking at these timestamps and they said at 7:03 p.m. he was seen buying rubbing alcohol, more peroxide, and paper towels. Whoa, but this is now on the 23rd at 5:59 p.m. And where they're showing there, sure, there he was with the suitcase. Let's go back a few seconds, if we can. A little bit more. Yeah. So we'll look in this area. He had Jasmine's body in that suitcase, for those who are new here. I think they're going back, sorry. Just watch it. They go back a bit. We want to see that part. Oh my word. There's the jogger. So just wait for it. They're gonna go back to 5:59 p.m. and then we'll see it. Okay, now everybody pay attention. Are we ready? You'll see him now. I thought we were going to look for a vehicle. We'll see him now when they go back around this area with the suitcase. They found that suitcase on December 1st of 2022. That is so eerie.
That's here, Crawford. Does that appear to be a person with a suitcase?
Yes, in the area.
Oh, the sound just literally dropped off. Why? Oh, like the feed actually just like paused. That's weird. Let's go forward. Oh my word. Oh my word. They lost signal at that moment. Sure. And then? No. Now we're panicking. Now we're panicking. But wow. Can you believe that? Okay, what is happening? Let's see. Sure. Okay, I've got to refresh the feed. Stand by. That sucks. See what they said here. They said, we are still working on our feed. Thank you for your patience, is what Law and Crime said in their chat. Let me quickly see if I can find anything else. Just wait. There we go. There we go. What a moment for that, for them to lose their feed, right? At least we saw that point that they wanted us to see, which was like, oh my goodness, he's wheeling the suitcase out. Okay, so let's just see if we missed anything. Nope, it literally just came back a minute and a half ago.
See the vehicle going pretty fast down that parking lot road.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify what kind of vehicle that was?
Yes, it appears to be a grayish tan color, like Toyota Prius.
So here it says November 23rd on the top here, 2022 at 8:49 p.m. And they say at 8:26 p.m. he's seen on surveillance video leaving his apartment area, 110 Tremont Street. At 8:27 p.m., Jasmine's car is driven to the Signal View Apartments on 900 Mountain Creek Road. And at 8:30 p.m., her car is seen on surveillance being driven by someone matching his outfit. So this is now 19 minutes later. Okay, and it sounded like they're describing his car.
Okay, keep watching.
I think this would be at that, what is it called? It was the 900 Mountain Creek Road, which is the Signal View Apartments. I think that's what we're waiting to see, which would be Jasmine's car arriving here then, because he parked it in that area and just left it there. Don't know how he got back or any of that. Ali B, thank you so much. Yeah, the other channel is WTVC, Channel 9, local news. Thank you so much. Back up.
Investigator Crawford, are there multiple entrances at the Signal View apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Where, in comparison to where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located, where would the other entrance have been?
Essentially, you have an entrance on this side, and then in between, well, this is the rental office, and back this direction is going to be all the apartment complexes themselves. Back this direction, to the left-hand side of the video, is going to be the rear part of the apartment complex. If you were to continue to follow around the rear of the apartment complex, it then takes you to the other side where essentially you have the mimicked entrance is this side, so you could exit or enter either side of the apartment complex.
Okay. All right, chronologically, let's go back to Arctic footage. PM, 11/23/22.
Yes, that's correct.
What type of vehicle is that?
It's a Toyota Prius.
What is it flashing? It flashed.
So that's whoever said that earlier. I was chatting to you. Wait, Emily Toombs. You said, I think they said he was driving a Prius. And I said, I think they just identified a Prius. Not that he was driving it. He was driving Jasmine's vehicle at this time, based on the times we know from the criminal complaint. But what? Who was in the Prius? Why do you have a Prius? What is happening?
Shirts in front of.
In front of 110 Tremont Street.
We're in double speed call. Let's rewind that in normal speed. Okay, we'll do regular speed here, Investigator Crawford. What appears to be on that individual's head?
I'll see.
You can see what appears to be a light-colored hoodie, some sort of holder.
Yes, Uber, a drop-off, a friend. We'll hear more. So he went to drop off Jasmine's vehicle at that Signal View Apartments, which is on 900 Mountain Creek Road, left it there and got a ride back. Okay, so I don't know. They haven't said yet if it was an Uber, a friend, a family member, but a Prius dropped him off.
I got one moment.
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination time. Do we know the questions? I feel like we do. It's probably gonna be like, how do you know that's him? How can you identify him? Can you see him? Could have been anyone with a white hat, right? How do you know he was driving the vehicle at all? Okay, let's see.
Yeah, may I have a moment to retrieve some exhibits?
While we're waiting, Emily says, what kind of friend would help you dump a random suitcase off somewhere and just bail? Who does that? Or Uber driver? I don't think that's what happened. I think he had the suitcase in Jasmine's vehicle, which was initially obviously parked at his apartment. And then he took Jasmine's vehicle with the suitcase, with the remains in, and drove to that 1,000 block of Suck Creek Road, and then parked it at the 900 Mountain View Road, which those are not far apart at all. So I think that's what he did. I think he dropped off the suitcase, parked the vehicle, then got an Uber or whatever, a ride somehow in the Prius back home. So the only missing piece for me, based on everything we've done with the map time and all that, was, well, how did he get back to his apartment? Now we just saw, oh, somebody dropped him off, somebody in a Prius, speculatively an Uber, right? Peggy says, when I think of his saying, did I do that? I think of Steve Urkel on Family Matters. I have no idea what that reference means, but okay. Thank you so much, Peggy, for the sticker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Crawford.
Good afternoon.
We're going to start from the beginning.
Okay.
So, November 26th is when CPD first became involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that resulted in a phone call from the Pace family?
Correct. They called into Chattanooga Police Dispatch where within 17 minutes call.
And was that specifically related to the vehicle that we've seen?
Correct.
And you were not involved at that point in time, but Officer Pierre was, correct?
That's right.
And from November 26th through November 27th, When did you actually become involved?
At 5:37 p.m. on the 27th, was the first time I was notified about Jasmine Pace when I was texted by Detective Joseph Siege. Then approximately 30 minutes later, I was notified by my supervisor, Sergeant Henry, now Lieutenant Henry, notified me about the investigation, and that's when I was officially brought in to help assist.
So, was it your belief that Jasmine had been missing since November 23rd or the night of November 22nd?
At that point, I just had a basic understanding from what I was reported by Sergeant Henry.
And from November 22nd through November 27th, CPD had not been to Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
I do not believe that's been testified to.
When did you first go to Mr. Chen's apartment?
I first went to his apartment on the evening of the 27th.
Had other officers been there prior to your arrival?
Yes,
And who were those officers?
there was a lot. Are we talking inside of his apartment or out of his apartment complex?
Let's start. Are you aware of the first time that law enforcement went to Jason Chen's apartment after November 22nd, but prior to your arrival on the 27th?
Yes.
Who were the first officers to respond?
Officer Justice, Officer Brasted, and Officer Craig.
And are they all three still employed with CPD?
No.
Which of those officers are not involved with CPD?
Officer Justice now works for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And I'm pretty
Shame the court feed is struggling today. I'm just glad that we can see anything at all. I'm always grateful that we could see a trial together. So we've all caught up here. We're live right now so when they have the afternoon break, oh no, we'll have to have a 15-minute break. We can't even teleport through that. We'll have to start a little bit later tomorrow, right? So right now the sound dropped off a little bit. So if you feel it, don't worry, me too.
positive. I had interactions a little bit with Brasted and Craig, but I'm so glad they're employed with Chattanooga Department.
Now, when Officer Brasted and Craig and Justice, were all three of them there at the same time with the case?
They did. They responded. They weren't in the same vehicle, so they responded within a few minutes of each other before they made contact with the Jasmine Pace.
And when they made contact with the Pace family at Mr. Chen's home, was it your understanding that the Pace family had already been into Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to do an interview with the Pace family?
I did.
And you learned that information from them, that they had been in Mr. Chen's apartment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
They also say that you've been in Mr. Chen's apartment in the body cam footage that's located on Officer Creighton's and Officer Brasted's body worn camera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes.
What date was that interaction with Officer Creighton, Brasted, Justice, and the Pace family?
It was on November 27th of 2022.
And body worn camera is something that patrol officers wear, correct?
That is correct.
You as an investigator do not wear that.
No, I do not wear a body-worn camera.
And when officers respond to calls such as this, does that body-worn camera get uploaded into one of your evidence servers?
Yes, that's correct. Every video camera that records is automatically recorded, and as soon as it's docked, it automatically uploads to evidence.com. The officer has no way. Essentially, when you charge the device, it begins to upload the device.
So when Officer Pierre responds to the Mountain Creek Apartments, he had body-worn camera, he's a patrol officer, correct?
That's correct.
And it would have triggered to turn on cell phone, correct?
That is correct.
And that would have been uploaded to evidence.com or something similar?
Yes, evidence.com.
And so the same is true for Officer Creighton, Officer Brasted, and Officer Justice, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you did say you had the opportunity to review their body-worn camera.
Yes, I have.
And if we may have to this laptop, actually, I'm going to format of this video?
The format itself?
Yes.
It's going to be the watermarked video footage that indicates that it's from an Axon body-worn camera, consistent with body-worn cameras that are researched.
Okay, and specifically, what is the date on this, the date and time that are noted on this video?
It's November 27th, 2022 at 05:27 a.m.
And we've heard a lot about timing on other videos. This is an accurate time marked on this video, correct?
That's correct.
So this would actually been taken at 5:27 in the morning.
Correct.
And you, at this point, do not know that this actually belongs to Officer Creighton, but you have seen this video in your case file, correct?
I have reviewed this camera footage.
General, we may have defense line. Mr.
Your Honor, is this video being recorded evidence?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I would like to have this marked as the next exhibit, which I believe is 129. That's 130.
Is that a jump drive?
It is going to be in the jump drive.
Okay, you're going to vote for it?
So no objection. Correct.
No objection, Judge.
Investigator Crawford, behind you on the screen, is this what I just showed you on the laptop?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and it's marked at the top of November 27th, 2022, timestamped at 5:27:59, correct?
November 27th, so that is when we saw that Officer Mackenzie Peer take the stand yesterday. That's timestamp for you if you want to see his testimony. But they did eventually go to the apartments to help Jasmine's mother, father, stepfather to be like, what is happening here? Because Jasmine's mother had been to the apartment. She had broken into the apartment because that is where Jasmine's location pin came from. And she'd already seen her car was parked somewhere that she was like, why would her car be parked here? And she spoke to her friend who said, no, we didn't have plans to meet up in South Carolina. I didn't even live there. So then, because Catrina, Jasmine's mom, found Jasmine's handbag, driver's license, multiple credit cards in there, then the cops came out to have a look, and wow, did they find a lot of very sinister evidence.
That's correct.
Lenny? Investigator Crawford, I'm just pausing for 1 moment. Did you notice the door at the front?
The one on the left-hand side of the video?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was the number on that?
210.
And that's your understanding that's Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recognize the individual that's here in the video?
That is Catrina Bean on the right-hand side.
And that would be Jasmine's mother, correct?
That is correct.
I'm just gonna make sure that, obviously there is no harm here. Smells like rotten food.
Investigator Crawford, they've done a walkthrough. I believe you described it earlier as a shotgun layout of an apartment. So they have entered in through the living room, the kitchen area, through the bathroom. Where are they now?
One officer is in the single bedroom, and one officer from the view of the body camera is still standing within the bathroom area.
Okay. And what is the purpose of law enforcement walking into apartments like this?
Apartments like this?
This specific apartment, what was the basis for going there?
The basis, I did speak with some of those officers later on. One officer described, I can't recall which one, but one officer described that they were notified that family members of the victim were inside the residence, and that they had left the residence. They advised that because the door was unlocked, they entered the residence to make sure that no more family members were inside there, was what my reported purpose was.
So at this point, they're looking for family members.
Your Honor,
that
I
have
have
been
object at this point, it's all hearsay.
Okay.
Well, are you offering the truth, sir?
Well, no, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
The officers that are inside are, who's in the background at this point?
I didn't see that part, didn't see who was walking
Can you
in.
back up?
I would assume it's Braced if it's from the view of Creighton's body.
Can you see behind you now? We're at 528.
It appears to be Officer Braced.
And the bedroom is where they are, correct?
One is inside of the bathroom area and one is inside of the bedroom.
Let me clarify. Officer Brayston is in the bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The bed is to the left. You can see that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On the bed, do you see a knife?
From the angle that we see, I do not see a knife.
So yesterday, I timestamped that on day 1. They saw a knife on the bed. They said it was a kitchen-style knife. It also had a knife sheath. And the defense in their opening statements were accusing Jasmine's mom of planting that evidence, of planting the knife there to frame Jason Chen for what? You know what I mean? To make it look worse. I don't think anything could look worse. And at that point, she had no idea that her daughter was deceased. She was looking for her daughter because Jasmine sent a location pin from this location, this Tremont Road, 110 Tremont Road area. And she'd never been to this apartment. She'd never met Jason Chen. She started speaking to neighbors and then she found, oh, so screaming was coming from that apartment. And some neighbors said that Jason Chen lives in that apartment. So, you know, it's just unbelievable that the defense was blaming Jasmine's mom for planting that knife there, because there would be no reason for her to do that at this time or any time until they found all the blood evidence, which they told her about on the 28th or so of November 2022, and then they found Jasmine's remains on December 1st of 2022.
You can play.
Person says spaces they're always covered or open. See that? Yeah. Along here, there. Goes elastic on the end table. Just a kit down here. That's definitely female. Yeah, I wish they hadn't done that. There's any pictures of him. There's her stuff. Doesn't look like they were in a hurry.
Let's pause it there, because I know we all wanted to see a close-up of this wall. Like, what is happening? Okay. And while we do that, if there's any locals in chat, because I've seen people saying they're local and we can ask them questions. Do you know if these apartments where Jason Chen lived, were they mostly student apartments or not? Because not that that's any reason not to call the police, but maybe, you know, if it's a bunch of students living there and they heard screaming, maybe they thought, because for them to say, well, Jason Chen lives in that apartment, it makes me think it could have been. And maybe each person who heard screaming just thought, well, somebody's going to call the police. You know, sometimes that happens. The bystander effect, sometimes people say, well, someone else will call. That's why here on this channel we remind each other, if you see something, say something. If you hear something, say something. It could save a life, instead of thinking, someone else will. Because usually everybody will be thinking that, and then nobody calls the police, right? Okay.
Yeah, we'll be doing all that. Not these, some of these here. Mm-hmm. All the lines up, the low-ish is a driveway. Mm-hmm. Here. They're closing lawns. Not a lot they're doing here. Just that I've seen so far. Yes. Yeah. There it was. Is she in it? No.
And Mr. Crawford, who were the parties that were left at the hallway when the officers are exiting, or could you see them?
Very quick, I believe it was Catrina and Travis Pace.
When did you do your interview with the Pace family?
My first interaction with the Pace family was at the service center on November 27, 2022, just after 7:30 p.m.
Was that AM or
PM.
And so going through, you get a phone call from, or a text, I believe you said, from investigator Siege, 5:30 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
And how long, did you reach out to the Pace family and ask them to come to CPD?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I was notified that the first notification that I received, official notification, would have been through my supervisor, Emery, at the time. He reached out and said that missing persons was needing potential assistance in an investigation. That's when he disclosed it, and I knew what he was referring to based on my interaction with Detective Siege. We said that we would respond there to speak with the missing persons investigators about potentially what kind of case they had at the time, what kind of evidence, what the family said, because it appeared up front that there may be suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. Once I arrived at the police service center, whenever I spoke with investigator Tomlin, was the first notification that I was notified that the Pace family was arriving at the Chattanooga Police Department. So that's when I talked to investigator Tomlin, and just after 7:30 p.m. is when I had first contact with Pace family.
And so when you get to the police department, you've met with Tomlin, had the missing persons department or unit, have they made any progress with attempting to locate Jasmine?
I would say that there wasn't much progress in the investigation at that point.
Have they conducted any other interviews with the Pace family, or was this the first one?
To my knowledge, they had an interaction over the phone. I don't know the exact details of what was said.
And when you are at CPD and you're meeting with the Pace family, have they indicated to you that they had been to Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, they did.
And they had told you that they had found the Chevy, correct?
Yes, they did.
At that point, had they been able to get her phone records from Verizon, Jasmine's phone records?
No, at that time they had made contact with Verizon to get her phone number switched over to a new device in an attempt to access her My Chevy app. But to my knowledge, they did not receive her full phone number to that time.
How long was the Pace family with you at CPD?
They approximately 7:30 p.m. is when they first arrived at the Chattanooga Police Department. Around 10 p.m., we requested to go to their residence at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, to then with their permission, document her primary residence and see if there's any evidence for disappearance.
Were they being interviewed or were you discussing things with them for that full 3 hours?
I wouldn't say full 3 hours, but the first hour and a half, there was continued questions and dialogue with the family. As I received the information, myself and Lieutenant Emery were asking the families different questions about what they discovered or different dynamics of the family. And I was relaying that information to Detective Seach, who was assisting with the investigation to help either preserve things. At a certain point, I requested that the location of 110 Tremont Street to be have patrol officers placed on that to make sure that we could attempt to secure it in lieu of getting a search warrant for that apartment.
When did you do that?
It was at approximately 8:10 to 8:20 p.m.
So as of November 27th, 8 o'clock at night, the apartment had not been secured even though law enforcement had been there the day before, correct?
The level of security I'm talking about is that attempt to have eyes on the apartment itself. To my knowledge on how the doors work at that apartment complex, they do automatically lock once pulled to. They also have a deadbolt function as well. It was not to my understanding how we treated it and how we encountered it, having to use a courtesy officer to use the key to get in the apartment. The level of security I'm talking about is the actual physically putting a patrol officer or patrol officers around the apartment to see, because we're looking for Jasmine, we're looking for potentially Jason at the time as a potential interview, we're looking for both their vehicles. So we're trying to see if any of those people were to come in or out of that apartment. So that's the level of security.
My question was, my question, and that's your property is, did CPD take any steps to actually preserve Mr. Chen's apartment after law enforcement went November 26th, other than sitting outside watching doors?
They shut the door.
Okay. But we know that the Pace family had gotten in and they were not residents there, correct?
Correct.
So there's no crime scene tape, there's no seals that are placed by CPD, correct?
No.
Okay. When did you get your search warrant?
The search warrant was signed off just before 11 p.m. I was notified by Detective Seach that the magistrate had signed a search warrant granting access into the search and seizure of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street. After being notified, I subsequently called Officer Clemens to have him respond there because he has the master key to the apartment. He responded, and once he responded, then we executed that search warrant.
How many times have individuals been into the property to your knowledge prior to the search warrant being executed on you? Let's look now. We know at least 2 officers are in the video, Officer Creighton and Officer Brixton, correct?
Correct.
You have been indicated by the Pace family that they have been in how many times?
I believe for sure twice by their statements. Some of the recollection, whether it was 2 or 3 times during that first interview as well.
And how many of the Pace family members have went into the apartment to your knowledge?
At that time, I was notified, I believe it would have been 3 family members and a family friend.
So 4 individuals plus at least 2 CPD officers?
Yes, that's correct.
6 individuals.
Correct.
I know what the defense is trying to do, but that doesn't take away from all the blood evidence and the knife, right? And Jason Chen's phone data, locations. I mean, when they got his phone after they arrested him, they saw that he stopped at that area where they then went to look and found the suitcase with Jasmine's remains in. So even though the defense has been all the way leading up to this trial, obviously that's something they can work with, right? They've been very focused on the Pace family breaking into this apartment and going in 2 to 3 times. And the reason they did that was because they were looking for Jasmine, right? Because the police weren't really helping them at that time. They didn't take it seriously at all initially. And so the defense is trying to say, wow, yeah, so 6 people were in there, huh? 6 people contaminating the scene, but yet They didn't see the blood evidence, you know, with the naked eye. It was with that Blue Star reagent test, and that revealed a lot. You could see some of the grout had some blood evidence, but the family didn't see that. They were just looking for any sign of Jasmine, and they found Jasmine's bag, ID cards, credit cards, but no sign of Jasmine. That must have been so scary.
Typically, in a potential crime scene, is there a crime scene log and it indicates who all's been in the apartment, or who said the apartment in this situation? Was there one done for this?
Yes.
Did it note that the Pace family members had been in prior to law enforcement, or does it just start once you've established the crime scene?
The crime scene log is not in place until we've established the crime scene location. It wasn't until the homicide unit was brought to the investigation, going over the details of the case, that we deemed apartment 210 to be a potential crime scene location at that time.
So you testified earlier, I'm going to pull up, now, may I have the element here?
Yes, See It With Me says, oh my word, this detective must be so tired of testifying for such a long time. He's been on the stand all day, and he was on for quite a long time yesterday as well.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 42 at the state. This is as soon as you're walking into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct? The right of his door.
Yes, that is correct.
The general had asked you when you walked into his apartment if you were able to smell marijuana.
That's
you
correct.
indicated no, correct?
That's correct.
At this point in time, now, let's ask this. How long had it been since Mr. Chen had been in the apartment at the time you entered your search warrant?
I had no idea.
Now you know, correct?
That's correct.
Had it been at least 5 days?
No.
4 or 5 days?
No.
How long had it been?
Based on my knowledge, I believe that he essentially entered that apartment less than a few hours from this photograph.
What do you base your knowledge on?
Cell phone record?
This cell phone record actually showed him in the apartment or in Chattanooga?
The general area of the apartment.
Does it show him in the actually 108 or 110 Tremont like it had for Jasmine Pace?
No, it just, throughout the investigation, phone records have been correlated multiple times based on the other video footage. So I based it on the high probability that throughout the investigation, when he arrived to a location where we had video footage, subsequently we were able to track that phone and send to one location. In this specific case, I did not see him on video footage, but his phone tracks back to the area. That's what I was basing on.
Did you go back through the RTIC cameras to see if his car was located like you did on the 22nd or the 23rd?
Yes.
Did you see him at the apartment on the 28th?
I did not see his vehicle.
Did you see him enter the apartment from Tremont at all on any video?
I could not 100% identify anyone.
So you're speculating that he was there, possibly hours before you executed the search warrant, correct?
Just saying his cell phone was in the area a few hours prior to the search.
But nothing that actually shows that, correct?
Besides the cell phone records, no.
Which doesn't indicate that his
But nothing that shows that, right? Well, his cell phone record's put in there, in that area of the apartment. But it doesn't prove he's in there, right? Other than the phone records, no, but it doesn't prove he's in the apartment. I get what they're getting at. But shame, they're going round and round in circles now.
actually within Tremont, correct?
No, it just puts it in the general area.
Okay. So I'll have you look behind you here, and I'm going to zoom in over to the desk here. Could you tell me what's on the table?
There are multiple objects on the table.
What are they?
Starting from the right, there appears to be a bottle of hand sanitizer. There appears to be a bong-style device that could be used to smoke hemp, THC, HHC, any type of leaking product. There's going to be some lotion, 2 glass containers. Gets further in, kind of gets jumbled in. There's a box of Band-Aids, a computer monitor, a speaker.
Okay. And the bong that you're talking about, is that the glass device that says boss on it?
Yes, it's this object right here.
Was there any other indication of marijuana within the apartment?
I did not observe, I didn't have any smell. I don't believe I observed a shake. I don't recall any other signs of marijuana inside the apartment.
And even if they were, how would that help the defense? They kind of want to lean towards him being intoxicated the night when it happened, him blacking out, that this was manslaughter because he felt threatened.
Due to State's Exhibit 83.3. You've indicated here that these items were located at the dumpster outside of Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items actually recovered by CPD, placed in the property?
Yes.
Were those items sent off for testing?
These specific items, no.
Do you have anything that indicates that any of these items belong to Jasmine Pace?
No, we had not received testing due to TBI.
Now, earlier you had mentioned the pants had potential blood stains, the sanitary napkin was similar possibly to one that's recovered in the inmate's office, but nothing in your investigation has shown you that any of this stuff belongs to the space, correct?
No, it's not direct.
Who actually retrieved the items from outside the dumpster for CPD?
It would be Investigator Johnson with the Crimes Unit was the one that documented, and Investigator Brown was there. At that point, whenever I notified them of those objects, and they responded to then do the collection further. I was there for the photographs, but I was not there for the collection. I would assume it would be Investigator Johnson.
We're going to go back into the apartment. What did the search warrant allow for you to start off at this town? Thank you. When you were executing the search warrant, what did the search warrant allow for you to do?
It allowed us to enter the residence. It allowed us to collect items of evidence that were listed on the search warrant itself. So essentially it allowed us to enter the apartment. It allowed us to essentially search and look for evidence. And evidence is located in C-section.
And earlier you testified that you saw blood.
Correct.
And where did you see that?
We're out to the apartment.
And specifically, you said to the what was the term you used about the actual way that you saw it originally, without any lighting, without any chemicals? You saw spatter somewhere, correct?
Correct. I used for the initial walkthrough, I did utilize a flashlight. It was low light in the apartment at the time. I utilized my personal flashlight to see the blood, representing blood at the time.
Did you ever bring in any auxiliary lighting to have additional lighting in the apartment?
The crimes unit did bring in some of their own auxiliary lighting, but it wasn't lighting we typically need for a room like that.
And when the Blue Star was administered, it showed traces of blood in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, after using the Blue Star, were you able to notice anything about the directions of the blood marks?
They're multi-directional.
Specifically how?
How? There's several different things. In the directions of it, you have in the living room area, you can see a potential footprint that shows a direction. The flooring itself, it's because of how concentrated it is. It's hard to tell directional because it's essentially the photographs will never do justice in terms of what you visually see in terms of Blue Star because of how you have to capture it in such low light. As we saw, there was difficulty in the two different screens and showing its ability to show that the luminescent light in color. So it's hard to tell with the bigger quantities. I can tell you that there was also reactions on the walls, which showed a downward trajectory running downwards.
Was there any indication that individuals have walked through the blood and contaminated the other portions of the apartment?
There was evidence that someone was walking in blood, yes.
And you don't know who that was?
No, I can just tell you about what the incident was.
Did anything about the directionality of the testing that you have tell you anything specifically about the case?
Yes.
Once you completed the Blue Star, did you complete a Castle-Meyer testing within the home?
I requested for Castle-Meyer testing to be done on specific areas throughout the apartment. Some areas were positive, some areas were negative.
What is Castle-Meyer testing for the benefit of the jury?
Castle-Meyer testing is essentially it's testing done to suspected blood. I will butcher the chemical that's used. I believe it is phenolphthalein. It's a chemical substance that's applied with a hydroxide that essentially makes a chemical reaction with the substance that you applied to suspected blood. If it's positive, it gives you a pink substance that shows you a presumptive positive test for blood.
And did you conduct a control test before?
Sorry, I'm trying to find a good breaking point. Butterflies and alibis. You said, is there a photo of Jasmine showing what she was wearing when she went to Jason's? I think this is the photo that they said was from surveillance. So hold on. This one. I think this is a photo when they said that she was seen on surveillance leaving her parents' home at 11:27 p.m. So the shoes, they don't look quite the same. Do they look the same to you as what they found there at the dumpster? The pants not. That's why I think some people were speculating when they showed us what they found in the dumpster could have been his pants, right, with blood evidence on it. And there was underwear. So I don't know, but they weren't able to prove anything from it, even though they found that because they didn't test it. So that is what we have there. Okay, let's keep going here.
Administering it to the apartment?
We control test Castle-Meyer.
Yes.
I don't conduct any of those testings.
Were you present when this was done?
I was not present for the Castle-Meyer testing. I requested to be done. I got notified about different places specifically, and the Castle-Meyer test wasn't done on the larger sections of suspected blood due to how obvious it was.
Who did do the Castle-Meyer testing?
I'm not sure. I was requested to the crime scene and the two crime scene investigators that were there was crime scene investigator Johnson and crime scene investigator Brown.
And were their reports submitted
Yes.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
But you don't recall which of them did it?
I don't recall.
But somebody did do it, correct?
I know that Castle-Meyer testing was conducted in this.
What date was it that you went to Nolensville?
The first date that I arrived in Nolensville would have been on the November 29th, 2022. I arrived in Nolensville at around 11:40 p.m.
And you, when the state had asked you earlier, you were asked to describe Mr. Chen's demeanor. You described him as defensive and calm.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that he was both?
Yes.
Uh, What was specifically, had you met Jason Chen before that day?
No, I've never met him.
Had you had any conversations with him prior to being in the Longboat?
No.
So do you know if this demeanor was out of character for him?
No.
Council President.
Oh, got some sidebar. I see you all remembering cases that that we've also covered here involving suitcases, like Cairo Jordan, Gannon Stauch, Sarah Boone. This case, it's very sad. I'm sure there's others as well. So, okay, let's see if we can fast forward a little through the sidebar here. Oh, it wasn't long at all. Shame, this detective, oh my word, he's got stamina, sure. Sitting on there all day. Imagine being questioned for hours and hours and hours.
And Your Honor, if I may have the Elmo back on once again. Investigator Crawford, just to clarify something, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, exhibit 85. This is the photograph that you have described as Jason Chen and his father in the doorway at the Nolensville home, correct?
Correct.
When you were testifying earlier, you said that he was walking away. Was he trying to leave you, or was he placing his jacket on because he was living with you?
We allowed him, there was inclement weather at the time that we made contact with the Chen family. He requested to grab a jacket and shoes, which we walked with him, but we allowed him.
Okay. So he wasn't leaving?
No, he wasn't walking away from the conversation.
When he was taken to Nolensville, were you still in Nolensville, or were you back in Chattanooga?
I was, the entire time that he was at the Nolensville Police Department, I was still in Nolensville.
Who were the other investigators that were there with you?
Detective Siege, Detective Slaughter, and Sergeant Miller. Those were the ones that Chattanooga Police Department homicide division.
And when you at some point, you're requesting phone records related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And, Your Honor, we may turn that off. Jason's phone was recovered in Nolensville, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we were able to do a forensic download on that phone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you also obtain phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's who Jason's provider was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you receive those phone records?
We received those phone records as two parts. Part of the phone records is historical data, and then the other part was the real-time ping location data from T-Mobile to provide updated locations, but not historical data. We started receiving his phone records on the late evening hours of the 28th, but they were only real-time ping locations and not historical data to include call records and text messages.
And to clarify, do you mean November 20th, the day after, or the day after search warrant?
Correct.
Okay.
November 28th is the first part we start receiving real-time ping locations, and it's not until December 1st, around 8 o'clock in the morning, that we receive the rest of the historical data for Jason Chen's other T-Mobile.
Now, did you receive text messages for Jason's phone?
We received the call record detail with text message logs.
And the text message logs would include any individual that he had been texting with, correct?
That were texting via certain services. I can't say any because with iMessages, you have the ability to communicate via Wi-Fi, and it's not recorded through your network. So whatever was based on his cellular provider's records, so using their towers for their service, would allow those text messages to be transmitted, because there's ways that you can essentially text via iMessage over Wi-Fi that you don't need your cell phone provider.
Did you receive messages that showed that Jason and Jasmine have had a number of conversations?
I did observe different things that said they had conversations.
In the records that you got from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes, T-Mobile did indicate they had conversations.
Do you recall approximately how long those conversations had been going on?
From his phone
Periods
records?
of times, yes.
His phone records were only for about a week time frame, so I believe it goes back just a few days prior to her disappearance.
One moment.
True Crime Addict says they need some sunglasses. Good grief, that's bright. And it's been so dark in that courtroom all day, and then suddenly the lights came on. I think they're all awake now. Oh my word.
Investigators with CPD requested the records for T-Mobile.
Detective Bulkley in the homicide unit actually submitted the search warrant for Jason Chen's records from T-Mobile.
And he's still with the homicide unit within CPD?
Yes, he is.
Well, I'm going to go through back to the apartment. You went back through in January of 2023, correct, for your second walkthrough?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of that? Just because the lighting was different?
I had beliefs at the time of different circumstances around the investigation that we hadn't had potential further testing done on certain things. I was still attempting to get into other technologically related instead of reviewing video footage. I had a belief based on the photographs we were originally taken that there was a potential chance that furniture had been moved prior to my arrival at the apartment and the execution of the search warrant. I wanted to go back to see if this thing's confirmed, and also wanted to see it potentially, knowing that a lot of times when a crime like this has been committed at a location, for them to have the potential ability to rent that department out again, they'll do a complete renovation, which I know that sometimes, you know, ripping up hardwood floors or breaking up drywall, it could potentially deliver further evidence when somebody is shown a pattern of attempting to cover up evidence. I thought there may have been chances that further evidence may have been covered up from the front.
And when you went back in January, were there individuals from CSU or crime scene there with you?
Yes.
How many individuals were there with you when you went back?
2.
Now, I know earlier you mentioned that Blue Star was done, the Castlemeyer testing was done originally in November, correct? Are you aware if there was any additional testing that was done in January?
Such as Blue Star or Castlemeyer?
Yes, or like the crystal violet, the Lugo crystal violet, any of the additional testing done then?
No, most of the flooring was already started to be taken up. Things had already been started to remove. So we took the larger items which showed evidence of potential blood.
Now, in November, are the only testings that you're aware of being conducted by someone on your team, being either the Blue Star or the Castlemeyer? Was there any additional testing done, such as the crystal violet, or that would have potentially caused spillover for the substance to get larger?
To get larger?
To spread, to run?
There was no further anything applied to that apartment, to my knowledge, in terms of the testing methods. After we cleared that apartment on November 28th.
And so no further testing was done on January. It was just pulling up, right?
It's possible that the calcium monitor may have been performed at that time based on the fabric located on the bed, but it's a small droplet model. I'm not aware of the results.
Were you present the entire time that CSU was in the department in January? Or did you leave?
There was times that I was speaking with management there on scene while crime scene was doing documentation. So I can't say that I watched the crime scene the entire time.
Now, a few moments ago when we were talking about the Blue Star testing,
Correct.
you had mentioned footprints. At least one. Where was that footprint?
In the living room area on the floor.
Was that the only footprint that you observed in the Blue Star testing?
In the Blue Star testing, I believe that one section after it was Blue Star testing was conducted after swabs were taken of the suspected blood. We typically will take swabs of those things first for the proper collection prior to testing being done for potential chance of dilution or anything else. So we documented, we photographed, we collected, and then Blue Star was administered. Search warrant began at 23:45 or 11:45 p.m. on November 27th, and it's not until approximately 7 a.m. the next morning when Blue Star was.
From your review, did you see more than one print throughout the apartment?
This is a long cross-examination. Oh my word.
Or just one?
I believe I at least did.
Were they the same or different?
They were different footprints based on that it wasn't the same one. Only thing I can tell is one had about 3/4 of what appears to be the bottom of an unchewed footprint. You can tell based on prior to the Blue Star being administered that it did not appear to be a footprint that was bare skin based on the interaction on the ground. It appears based on the smudging that it appeared that the individual that created that footprint on the ground would have been wearing socks of some sort. And then there was another heel print, which was harder to tell based on smudging. So I would say that there's potentially two different locations where footprints, presumable blood, was later confirmed, were there. I couldn't tell the individual.
Investigator Crawford, I've known you for a long time. So, correct?
Correct.
In this investigation, when you were doing an interview with the Pace family, there was a statement that you made about doing whatever you could to solve this
Your
case.
objections, hearsay.
But she's asking the witness about his own statement. Is that correct?
It is.
What you're saying,
Our court statement makes the truth of the matter, sir.
I mean, I don't think she's not offering like a recording. I think it's an impeachment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first step would be her asking you to make the statement. Then you can renew your objection later if other voices are part of the statement. But at this point,
You made a statement about doing what you have to, specifically even tarnishing your entire investigation if it meant saving someone's life. Do you recall making that statement?
Not in that wording, but I did speak to him.
Would it help you if I showed you a transcript of that recording?
I mean, a transcript could potentially help. I believe I remember.
So I believe the portion on page, let me ask you something. Did you make a statement that you would have, if you had to tarnish your entire investigation to save someone's life, you would do that?
Save someone's life, our job as police officers is preservation of life first. Obviously, criminal investigation is not as important as a person's life.
And in this same interview, you've learned that the Pace family has been into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Correct.
Did you advise them to not go back?
We advised them after our interaction with the Pace family that we were taking over the investigation. We asked for their family to step back from the investigation and let the homicide unit go forth with an investigation. We tried to instill whatever confidence we could provide for the family. As a homicide detective, I have a tough job of sitting across from parents and having to work through those things. So I was trying to do whatever I could to potentially instill confidence in them to give them some peace of mind, even though my gut feeling said otherwise.
Were there errors made in this case?
There's human errors and everything.
Were there a lot made in this case?
I don't believe so.
Do you believe that the crime scene was pristine when you got there on November 28th and executed your search warrant?
No, the only way a crime scene can be pristine is if we have full control of that scene from the beginning.
Do you agree that there were items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And those items have been recovered from where?
The items, well, multiple locations.
What all was recovered from Miss Bean's house?
There were a small travel makeup bag. There were the victim's identification card. There were credit cards, miscellaneous cards. There were cellular devices, an iPad, and some miscellaneous clothes. There was also folders of paperwork, binders. There was a trash bag. There was a black duffel bag, and an Xbox.
And all of that was recovered from the residence of Bean, correct?
That's correct.
In the video that I showed you at the beginning of Officer Creighton's body cam, when the officers walked into the apartment, Jasmine Pace's identifications are there on the table, correct?
That's correct.
But they weren't when you went in to execute your search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
They were already removed from the property and at Jasmine's mother's home, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that items have been taken from the crime scene prior to you executing your search warrant?
Yes.
And I'm going to have one moment just to go through the list.
It's amazing how close the coffer is to the mic and no one else. Thank you so much for the coffees, everyone. Really appreciate it. We are currently 6 minutes behind the live court feed, which is good because I'm sure they'll have an afternoon break. So, yes. Shame. He needs a holiday after this. What are we what are we hearing and why are they laughing? Look at him. The game face just changed for a second there. Stefan said a defense attorney once said in Cross you should go in, hit some hard punches and go out again. Yeah, this is not quite that strategy, hey?
To most officers that I know.
Ask you questions regarding life. Let's see. Preservation of life is first and foremost. What does that mean?
Saving someone's life. Our job's not, I would say that most officers that I interact on a daily basis are first responders or medical professionals. We're there to save people, not just investigate. We put that above.
Would you trespass into a building if you believed that someone was in danger in that building?
I risk my life to save someone else's.
I don't think that's the answer the defense was looking for. Would you, break in any way or do anything to save a life? He says, I would risk my life to save someone else's. Like, oh, okay, nothing further there.
You recross.
How many of them?
Continuance of the entire.
First and foremost, no one disagrees with you there, correct? Did you make, in discussing tarnishing the investigation, were there statements made about the criminal investigation potentially getting thrown out if you had to jump through hoops in order to do that preservation of life?
For the continuance of the entire thing, I did say that preservation of life is first and foremost. If the criminal investigation got thrown out essentially because I was going to save someone's life, that was first. But I guess what's not in the transcript, which should be in the audio, is that I stop myself and say within the law.
Would you like me to play that audio? If I may have.
And a sidebar. Shame. Oh my goodness. That was like the longest cross-examination I think we've seen together, huh? Not? That was pretty long. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it is. I'm just stating the obvious. Okay, so let's go forward. I think it's going to be the afternoon break. Oh dear. We can read the probable cause affidavit. redo the presentation? What else do we want to look at? Those are options. I don't want to miss it where the judge says it. Thank you all for being here. 3,716 Grizzlies are here right now. If you haven't yet left your DNA on the thumbs up, please do so.
It's a little after 3:19, about time for a mid-afternoon break. We'll take that now. Have you back probably about 15 minutes when that clock says it's 3:35.
So stand by. This is the defendant here. So don't worry, we never board in breaks. Normally we just teleport, right? But today they ran a little bit late with everything. So even though we started much later, we'll start even later tomorrow, a little bit. Anyway, the point is, we're going to look at a letter that his attorney wrote about his jail conditions before this trial. So just wait a moment.
I would, Your Honor.
Okay, they're going to go over some stuff, so hold on. Shame, can't they give this detective a bit of a break, right? I just quickly want to, we'll just pause and then we can speed that up if we want to. Just hold on 1 second. I just want to find this document that I was just talking about. If you missed the read-through of the criminal complaint, we did that with the trial prep and we also went over the full presentation as well. So maybe you want to check that out. I'll quickly just show you this letter because this is something we haven't been through before. So maybe you will find it interesting. Okay, so, and you can vote on the poll if you're watching live with me right now. I asked, do you think Jason Chen will take the stand? So far, 35% have voted yes and 65% have voted no. Interesting. Keep voting there. And after doing that, please also like the video. That's a free way to support the work that I do. If you like, if you share, if you comment, and obviously thanks for being here and chatting with us. That helps as well. Okay. Some of you might be cooking, cleaning, whatever it is, popping me on in the background. I appreciate that. So this was written on December 24th of 2022. Wow. Okay. December 24th of 2022. Jason Chen was already arrested on November 30th of 2022. The murder occurred on November 23rd of 2022. All right. So this says, Mr. Brian Bush, right? Dear Mr. Bush. So this is from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office. They wrote to him. And it says, thank you to Grizzly Cat, by the way, for getting this document for us. Today, December 24th of 2022, I went to visit my client, Jason Chen, an inmate at the Silverdale Correctional Facility operated by the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office. While I appreciate Captain Knight and Sergeant Poteet's assistance in setting up an attorney visit on short notice and on Christmas Eve day, what I came to discover is appalling and beyond the acceptable standards of the treatment of inmates. Mr. Chen was brought out into the attorney-client meeting area wearing a short-sleeved red jumpsuit. He was visibly shivering and shaking, and his teeth were chattering hard enough that he could barely speak. As you and every other Chattanoogan knows, this is one of the coldest weather temperatures the area has endured in some time. The temperature had dipped to single-digit numbers, and the wind chill makes it feel as if it were negative. I asked him why he wasn't wearing a long-sleeve shirt, a jacket, or socks. To my surprise, he said they had only given a jumpsuit just to meet with me. In his cell, he's only allowed a t-shirt and underwear to wear. I asked him if his cell is at least warm, and he estimated it to be 40-something degrees. Obviously, that would be in Fahrenheit, right? So 40 Fahrenheit in Celsius is 4 degrees Celsius. Interesting. Danny asked, does he have to testify? Well, it's not officially a self-defense case. It's more something the defense is leaning towards, it sounds like, you know? So about 4 degrees is what they say. Okay. So 4 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Fahrenheit. He has been given only one thin blanket, but no mattress or pad. He said no one will give him any bedding, extra blankets, or warm clothing. He's been denied access to the commissary to buy essential products. During our meeting, I had to request a blanket to wrap around him just so he could speak coherently. The jail staff I saw were wearing multiple layers, jackets, and hats, and here is my client wearing a short-sleeved jumpsuit. This is unacceptable. If you recall, on December 14th, I emailed you and requested that Mr. Chen be allowed to take a shower, which was allowed that same day. That was Mr. Chen's last shower and has been there. He's been there for almost a month? Wow. Okay. Why? He has access to a shower, but he's not afforded a soap, shampoo, or a towel. Therefore, if he wants to shower, he must either air dry in freezing cold temperatures or use his clothes or the sole blanket he's given. Again, because he's being refused access to the commissary, he also has no access to a toothbrush, toothpaste, or a comb. I wonder if he was, on that, that's the biggest trigger word on YouTube. If he was, on that ending one's own life type of self-delusion watch. I wonder if that's why, right? They say, Kathleen says, shame, the poor baby. So, again, he's being refused access to the commissary. That's why I'm saying maybe he was in his smock, right? On a certain watch. Mr. Chen has lost about 20 pounds since coming into custody. He does not look good. I addressed these issues with Sergeant Poteet, and he said he would see what he could do. However, I want to ensure that these issues are addressed immediately, and I respectfully implore you to act with urgency. These conditions go beyond negligence and neglect. They are flagrantly unconstitutional. I'm scheduled to see Mr. Chen on Thursday, December 29th of 2022. If these concerns are not addressed and rectified by that date, John Cavett and I will not hesitate to file an emergency petition and injunction in federal court. I sincerely hope that is unnecessary. I can only imagine that you are as appalled as I am about these conditions. Therefore, I thank you in advance for your assistance in getting this resolved as soon as possible. Wow, okay. So we have that. If we need to look at another document afterwards, we can always do that. Just hold on. Let me just bring it up so that it's ready for us if we do need that, that's the letter. Yeah, we've got the affidavit there if we need to. But for now, let's go back to what they were doing over here. Ah, yes. Okay, so let me refresh the feed so that we know that we are watching live and it will hopefully not buffer or anything like that. They said it's about a 15-minute break or so, right? All right, so we'll keep the sound off for a second. Just bear with me. Do you want to look at, or do you have questions? Does anyone have questions? Let's put this on here. And we'll see when the camera shakes and when they come back. So hold on one second. Let's just see the time there. Yeah, they should be coming back in 5 minutes or so. They seem to run a little late sometimes, right? There we go. There you go. I saw movement. Did you see it? It's like Sriracha, almost. Zack said, it is in many ways unconstitutional. They refused me my meds and any sort of real clothing, and I was injured, but I didn't hurt anyone and was released in a few days. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, if it is like that, yeah, Citrus Bloom says, proof this is even true. I don't think it should be like that. Unless, remember with Donna Adelson, she complained a lot about not having like a real metal spoon or utensils, and she wanted, I don't know, certain things, but she was on that self-deletion watch. And that's why. Then obviously then they don't have certain things and they can't access commissary items because they're worried that they will use those to, end their own life. Okay, so the judge is back in his seat. So that was pretty cool to read the letter, and now we can go back to the live feed. Right now in Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The jury is sequestered. Yesterday they started late because they had a Daubert hearing in the morning, so the judge said, no, let's just keep going because we started late. So I don't know if today they're going to finish at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We shall see, right? I like 5 p.m. because that's 11 p.m. for me. If it gets to 6 p.m., that's midnight. Then I go to bed at 2. I always got to wind down a little bit afterwards, after these live streams. So let's see, though, what happens. This is not a very long trial. 10 days is what it's scheduled for. 10 trial days. We're on day 2.
Attorneys are ready.
Yes, sir. Judge, you'd like to let them know you're...
Yes.
Judge is reading something. While we're waiting and while the judge is just reading something there, I also want to thank everyone who sends PayPal gifts. I never really get a chance to say that verbally. Thank you so much. I thank each person individually. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all of you who send PayPals for the cats. You're very naughty and they're very spoiled, okay? Very. So our cats are Fury, Willow, and Pepper. And sometimes during these long trial days, they actually make an appearance. Mr. Grizzly is actually in the living area, so they're with him now. Okay, I can see them. See the whole family. I'm in here in my office. Okay, but thank you so much. Blue Giraffe said he's reading a printout of Grizzly chat. Well, then I expect to hear from him because we're the best. Let me put another picture up as well. Grizzly Cat found lots of beautiful pictures of Jasmine Pace. So let me show you some of them. Here's another one. Look at this one. Isn't that so pretty? Jasmine with her mom. So we have a poll running in this live chat, and I said, do you think Jason Chen will take the stand? 34% of you say yes, 66% say no. There's only 749 votes so far, so please do vote. There's Jason Chen, by the way, because I will end the poll in about, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. Cast your votes. So this is Jason Chen, 24 years old. I mean, he was also really young. So was Jasmine, of course, the victim, but he was really young when he committed a crime like that. Remember, the defense said in the opening statements that he did it. They're not actually disputing that. They're disputing the premeditation. They want a lesser sentence for him, basically. So they're saying it's manslaughter, not first-degree murder, not premeditated. But at 22 years old, that amount of rage, that type of a personal crime, I mean, stabbing his girlfriend 60 times. I mean, it's eerie. I don't know if the prosecution will do this we've seen it before in other cases, like Burgos Aviles, Isidro Alanis he banged on the table. It was very impactful. But remember we saw Tristan Bailey's family? Aiden Fucci was the defendant, and during victim impact statements, one of her family members had like a glass vase. You guys would say probably vase, my accent, vase, and she put stones in there one at a time to show how many times she was stabbed. That was over 100 times, right? I think it was 133. But imagine 60. Imagine just counting to 60. That's a lot. That is so violent. I mean, to me, self-defense is way out the window. Mistakey, no, premeditation could just take a minute, you know, it doesn't have to be planning this for weeks.
Morrison, did you want to play the statement for Investigator Crawford? We are back on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford.
Damn lady, she's got stamina too. I think the cross-examination is going to continue. Thank you to you, Stefan, for finding the name of this defense attorney. It's Amanda Morrison. The other defense attorney is Joshua Weiss. The district attorney, so the state side, the prosecutor is Coty Wamp, and her co-counsel is Paul Moyle. Okay, so let's continue.
The jury is out, so that you can listen to this based on what you state. So we're going to play the section that I've been talking about in the transcript for you to listen to. If you can't hear it or if you need to rewind, just let me know.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. You know, if you have to target our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
So you had mentioned that there was an indecipherable or something of that context right there. Were you talking about somewhere different?
Per the transcript itself, it has inaudible.
That's further down
Correct.
on the page.
Yes,
So
my statement is in reference to the entirety of the statement, from the beginning of when I mentioned it to the end when I concluded with preservation of life first and foremost. On that paper, there's an inaudible statement for the wording on the paper.
would you like us to keep playing till we get to the end of that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You want me to start over?
Start it back with the preservation of life.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. You know, if you have to target our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen. And we have to say that the criminal investigation is thrown out because we have to jump through hoops, and ultimately things happen where we basically don't pull the wall, but we skip through hoops instead of hoops.
I remembered it, the wording differently, but it says, of course, we're going to follow the law.
Okay, you hear, of course, we're going to follow the law.
I think the witness answered sufficiently on your cross to explain. I don't think there's a need to play it at this point. So. I'll bring the jury back in. Yes, Judge. When they're ready. Yes, sir.
There's Jasmine's mom. Here's Jasmine's mom. Catrina, we saw her on the stand yesterday. She was the state's first witness. So if you didn't see that, I hope you'll go check it out. Always, if you're new here, I timestamp everything for you, so you can just easily navigate to which witness you want to see. Okay, so I'm assuming they came back, the attorneys, to listen to that little portion there before the jury came back, and I think the jury's coming back in now.
Please be seated.
Investigator Crawford, before we took the break, General Law had talked to you about preservation of life first and foremost. And then once more, did you make the statement, if you have...
Let me hear the question first, and then maybe.
If you have to tarnish the entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
Objection asked and answered.
Suspend.
No further questions, please.
Can you read the rest?
They're like, objection, asked and answered, because holy crap, they've asked that in like 5 different ways now. 5 different ways, you know? Yes, that's, oh, shame, this poor guy, he's going to need a nap after this.
No, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions for Investigator Crawford? You keep writing.
I'm ready. Keep ready.
Let him go. Let the poor guy go. Detective Crawford, oh my word. And Melissa says, oh, my ears. Yeah, it was just to make sure that we all awake. Okay, it was just a test. Seems like a sidebar, yes. Got a sidebar going on. And a lot of evidence packages here, oh my. They already showed the suitcase, if you missed it, in opening statements. If you didn't see the state's opening statements, I would recommend checking that out. If you're new to watching trials as well, welcome. I see a lot of people that were watching the Chandler Halderson police interviews and his girlfriend at the Times police interviews. A lot of people voted on the poll and said like 65% hadn't really watched the trial with us. I'm like, why? So if you're new here, welcome. We defluff. We make it as efficient as possible. This is the district attorney, co-counsel, state, defense attorney, another defense attorney, Joshua Weiss. What is her name? Amanda Morrison. Joshua Weiss, Amanda Morrison, Paul Moyle, Coty, Womp or Wamp? Womp, I would assume. Yeah, I wonder what's going to be in here. Oh dear. Okay. Yep, we're all caught up and they're still doing sidebar. Jan or Jan, depending on where you're from. Jan said, I've only seen where the jury can ask questions in court a few times. Is that common or just certain? It's just certain states. It's really nice when they can ask questions. Where else did we see it? Was it not Adam Montgomery's trial? Could have been. I really like it when they can ask questions. Frankie says, is that her dad? I'm really not sure. Unfortunately, I couldn't recognize who else was there. But I know yesterday the judge said that he's going to make sure that Jasmine's family sits on one side of the courtroom and Jason Chen's family on the other side. And I don't know who from Jason Chen's family is actually in the courtroom because I haven't really seen. I don't think his mother speaks any English either because at previous hearings, she testified that he doesn't have any mental health problems, that he's a good boy, and that he is scared. Okay, so I think Jasmine was a lot more scared that night, but it's his mother, and she had a translator at that point. Letter Rose by Better Rose said there are a few states that allow jury questions. I know one is Florida. Well, that's also nice, right? Okay. Also, Nikki said earlier, this is honestly really dumb because this is about the cross-examination that took place. And so Nikki said, this is honestly really dumb because no matter how often her family entered, they didn't bring Jasmine's blood there and throw it all over the place. Not a great defense at all. Right? And they didn't even know there was a crime committed yet. They were just looking for her. Yes. Obviously, we didn't get to see the Delphi trial of Richard Allen, but there the jury was also allowed to ask questions. So, and they had a lot of great questions, as we heard from people who were in the courtroom, right? Yeah, Robin says Delphi jury could ask questions. Oh dear. Are we there yet? Letteros said, questions can help the state and defense figure out where the jury is in their minds. It's interesting. Some that don't have that watch our chats. Then they figure out, how people are receiving the information. Apparently. Laurie Marie says, I smell coffee brewing. Is it mine? Was it mine that you... Yes. Also, if I needed coffee, can you imagine that poor detective who was on the stand this whole time? Oh my goodness. So the local time there now is what? 3:49 p.m. in Chattanooga as we're watching this.
Investigator, the jury has some questions. I'm going to ask them if you can just face them. Okay. Was the apartment locked when you executed the search warrant of Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, the apartment, we used a master key to enter the apartment, so it was locked through the use of key to enter.
The juror's question is, how was the body located? That will be explained further by another witness. Was the knife on the bed tested or taken for evidence?
Yes, the knife was taken, it was inspected. To my knowledge, the Kastle-Meyer test was conducted on it, presumptive blood test, and it did not have a presumptive blood. Also, that knife was also provided to the medical examiner's office for their examination to see if it was consistent with what we were looking at.
Any fingerprint testing done on it?
On the knife? They inspected the knife for potential ridge detail with fingerprints. To my knowledge, I don't believe fingerprints were located.
Were any broken glass or shards found in Jason's apartment?
There were, under the futon area of the apartment, there were small little micro glass that was there, very small fragments.
Were any wine bottles found either full or empty in Jason's apartment?
I believe in the photographs that documented a few wine bottles were sitting in the off to the kitchen area. There was a cabinetry area.
This is a long question, so if you want me to reread it, it asks for a number of things. We have the photos pulled up, by the way, the dumpster.
Yes, Your Honor, I have the dumpster photo pulled up. If you'll just DVD.
Yeah,
It would be State's Exhibit 83-2 and 83-3. This would be 83-3.
All right. Let's go take a look at that photo. On the photo of the white shoes beside the dumpster, what is the green item that resembles a purse and the white item that resembles a disposable camera?
The green item at the top is like a plastic style lid. It is not a purse. The other, which I'm not exactly, could you read the
Yes,
part
it
about
looks-
the camera?
It says white item that resembles a disposable camera.
I don't see an item that exposes in the picture. There is an air freshener plug-in, and you can see the base of the actual dumpster there. There's a silver portion there, along with the wheel. Only thing I observed white, there's like a tear-off tag, maybe a piece of paper, the white shoes, sanitary pad, women's underwear, and the other dumpster.
So I think you answered this question. I don't ask it anyway, but I think that's the answer to this question. What is the item that resembles a phone protruding from the blue item in the upper left corner? That's actually, I think you said a wheel.
It's the top of a metal bracket to a wheel, as they place like a metal bracket with a wheel basing on the bottom. You can actually see the two open eyelets here. That typically, I would assume you would have all four eyelets secured in the bottom of it. So it seems like this one might need some repair.
What size were the white shoes?
Without seeing the evidence log, they were men's size 11 or 11 and a half.
Do you have the photograph of Jasmine in the Defense Department pulled up?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'll just give me a second to pull it up. Which exhibit number it is. Okay, it's on the
I'll come back to that one. Just take your time. Let me know when you're ready, Jim. Oh, there we go.
it's right there, Judge. I just wanted to get the exhibit number.
Okay.
It is exhibit number 122.
Thank you. Investigator, how did you identify that that was Jasmine Pace in the photo taken in Jason Chen's apartment?
One thing, during the investigation, I don't do criminology investigations, just looking into potentially a suspect that committed a crime. It's also victimology, try to learn everything you can about the victim to find potential habits. Some of the things that we do is you can see tattoos that are identified in the picture that may be testified later on in the court proceedings, but there are tattoos. Specifically, I've seen numerous angles of the victim to include her side profile of her head and the long hair. But the easy ones are some of the tattoos that she has.
Regarding the Arctic video, when you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
Entering could you read it one more time?
Yes,
Your Honor.
When you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
We didn't have video footage of actual, to see exact confirmation of who was driving the vehicle at the time. We did have evidence that showed that she left her parents' house at a specific time. And from that evidence, we know that based on the My Chevy app, the way that data is reported is that as soon as that vehicle turns on, it reports a location and time, and that trip continues until it comes to its final destination. In the My Chevy app, it shows one stop, and it being the final stop at 110 Tremont Street. So from the time that vehicle starts at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and has that approximate 20-minute time frame where it drives to 110 Tremont Street, it doesn't stop. So based on that knowledge, we felt that Jasmine Pace was in possession of the vehicle based on her leaving the house, the car starting, going to the apartment. Once it was at the apartment, the car shuts off, and her cell phone coincides with that as well, the records.
That's an interesting question, because I almost thought maybe they meant when they saw Jasmine's car going to the Signal View apartments, that on that 900 Mountain Road, is it called? Wait, 900 Mountain Creek Road? You know, where he left the car. I thought maybe they meant that, but no. Okay. What if they were thinking maybe someone else was in the car with her? Maybe somebody else entered the apartment as well. Maybe somebody else is responsible. Oh my, imagine that.
Were you able to identify that the items Jason Chen bought at Walmart and Walgreens were used for cleaning up blood in Tremont apartment based on the evidence you collected at the Tremont apartment or lab testing?
We can tell that products that were collected, those cleaning products that were collected within the apartment have been used based on the contents that were in them, whether it was the Band-Aids, the paper towels. We observed in the Walgreens video footage, it's a brand new box of paper towels, and by the time we get to it, several are missing. To include the bottles of hydrogen peroxide that aren't completely full bottles of hydrogen peroxide. To say that we know for sure those were definitively used in that scene, we can say that they match those purchases at the Walgreens and the Walmart, and they were brought back there and they show an impure level of product. Well, I can't definitively say that was used.
Did you identify Jason Chen's DNA or fingerprints in Jasmine Pace's vehicle?
In her vehicle, no.
Was anyone else identified as a suspect?
No, the only suspect identified and evidence was located, confirmed back to me in this case, was that of Jason Chen.
It's kind of a two-part. Was Jason Chen arrested at his parents' house?
So it may have sounded confusing when I explained it earlier. On November 29, 2022, I applied for a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' residence at 1943 Ashburn Court in Nolensville, Tennessee. Directly following that, I met with the district attorney's office and spoke with him about the evidence that I had in the case and about proceeding forward. We talked about the probable cause that we had in the case for potential arrest. I requested that I execute the search warrant first on the residence and the search warrant on his person if he was located at that time, attempting to potentially get an interview to find the full facts of the case or attempting to find facts of the case, at which point we were unable to speak with Jason Chen at that point. Mr. Jason Chen was detained at Nolensville Police Department, where he was detained at his home, brought back to Nolensville Police Department, where a search warrant was executed on his person. After that search warrant was executed, we collected that evidence. We subsequently made the decision to put an NCIC hold on him, which is an investigative hold, because we didn't have no warrant, but we believed at the time, enough evidence in terms of probable cause to present to a judge or magistrate to see if they would sign off on an arrest warrant for his arrest. Subsequently, he was placed in NCIC hold. I don't have jurisdiction within Williamson County, per se, to swear out warrants. So immediately after his transport to the Williamson County Jail, I drove immediately back to Chattanooga, where then I drafted an arrest warrant, took it to the magistrate within Hamilton County, and they signed off on probable cause for the arrest of Jason Chen. That arrest warrant was then faxed to the Williamson County Jail. After it was faxed, our own Chattanooga fugitive unit responded to Williamson County Jail, where then he was taken from that jail and transported to the Silverdale Detention Center.
So
It's amazing that they're asking these questions, you know, exploring the possibility of could there have been another suspect or someone else there. I would think that the defense would be kicking themselves right about now for their opening statements where they're like, he did it. And this is how and why he did it. It's just it wasn't premeditated, because that kind of squashes the theory of another suspect. When his own defense attorneys are like, yep, he did it. Like, oh dear, okay.
regarding the detention at his parents' house, did the police explain to Jason why he was being detained?
Yes. We advised him that, one, we had a search warrant for the residence at his parents' house. We also advised him that we had a search warrant for his person. Based on that search warrant that was signed, we were granted permission from the court to collect certain items from him. Due to inclement weather, it was storming pretty bad that night in terms of rain and thunder. There were process and procedures we could not conduct at that location with collection of potentially DNA, fingerprints, and photographs. We made the decision to transport him in a patrol vehicle back to Nolensville Police Department where those processes were taken place.
Did the state have any redirect based on the jury's questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford, you were asked both by Ms. Morrison and now the jury about this photo. Do you recall what size shoes those are?
I don't recall exactly. It was either 11 or 11 and a half size men's. But they would be notated in our evidence law.
Recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of the shoe that we're describing.
Is it a zoomed in version of that photo?
Of the top right shoe, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I asked that this be made to say since it's a good.
Let's see.
130 maybe was the last?
31.
131. Okay, and then. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
This is a zoomed-in photograph from the overhead kiosk camera from the Walmart video footage that we observed earlier. Between the two cameras is the kiosk video that looks directly down.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be made 132.
32.
Can we go to prosecution laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's 132. The zoomed in version of Mr. Chen's shoes at the Walmart.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and 131. The zoomed in shoe of the shoe next to the garbage dumpster.
That's correct.
Okay. And
Smart. Okay. Didn't see that coming. True. We could see his shoes when he was in the Walmart, especially from that above camera angle. And so it does look similar to these shoes.
And so a side by side of those two, would you agree that those are both those photos, exhibit 131, 132, next to each other?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Recalls based on the jury's question.
Investigator Crawford, based on what the state has put up behind you here, was there any testing done to confirm that those are in fact the same shoes? Was there, for instance, DNA conducted on the shoes that were found outside of the dumpster that would have had Mr. Chen's DNA?
There was no testing for DNA that was submitted.
Was there any evidence of blood or anything on the shoes that were located outside of the dumpster?
I do not recall blood evidence being on the side of the shoes. They were sturdy.
So as of today, there's nothing definitively you have that shows that the shoes outside of the dumpster and the shoes on the picture on Mr. Chen's feet are the same, correct?
I would just say that they have consistent color markings on the shoes that you can observe in the video footage, but I don't have definitive DNA evidence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's like he needs a round of applause. He was on the stand all day until now. And they started this morning. Well, they say they started at 9:30. They started around 9:45, but still. He was on the stand all day. Lead Detective Zack Crawford. Sure. I hope he has a strong coffee when he gets out of there.
Your Honor, the state would
Hold
call.
on, Your Honor.
Do you have any other question? Are we allowed to ask you more questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, it's like, you can go. No, wait, come back. We still have questions. What is it? More jury questions? Oh, sidebar. Okay, I think we're a few seconds behind. Let's go forward. Ooh, minute. Go, go. There he sits, Jason Chen. Okay, any questions, anyone? I'm glad that they showed that. You know, the zoomed in Walmart shoes and then what's at the dumpster, because then it's plausible, even though it wasn't tested. I remember in another case, they said that, and it was also in Tennessee, that they couldn't test like more than 8 items. Actually, where was the Crystal Rogers case again? That's where, Crystal Rogers. They couldn't test like more than 10 items or something. Kentucky, she disappeared from Bardstown, Kentucky, United States. Crystal Rogers case, there's a playlist for it. So I think there could be a little limit, right, of how many items they're going to test, and the dumpster items were not included, maybe because it could have been obviously contaminated from being with all the other trash. But plausibly, speculatively, it's his pants and his shoes. There were also a woman's underwear and a sanitary pad and a disposable camera there, but again, that could have been anyone's, because they didn't test that. Okay, so. Rich Auntie, are you snarking? Don't try to look meek and humble now. He's got his glasses on though. He's a very good boy. Okay. Are they discussing timing or what? Day 2. Now I've already put day 3 up for you guys. So after the stream, or if you ever have to pop off and you come back, we're done. Firstly, there'll be timestamps here for you. I always do them right after the stream. So they'll be there, you know, within 10 minutes of us saying goodbye. I think they've still got an hour to go today at least. Then for day 3, you can just go over there and click notify me. You can also like and share if you want, let others know, and then we'll meet again. The trial is set to last 10 days, and it's happening in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Oh yeah, Zoe said no disposable. It looked like one, eh? So yet it looks like one. You said no disposable camera. The detective said it was packaging for plugging air freshener refill parts. True, true. Thank you for that. That is true. My brain just, yeah, visual brain, hey? Visual learner. I'm like, yeah, that's a disposable camera. But he did say it. It's for air freshener. I thought the jury questions were very good, though. Even though the defense opening statements kind of answer that. Still good to ask. LAB from Tennessee says I may head to Chattanooga to watch a few days in person. You think I should go this week or next? I don't know. I can't say, because sometimes if they say it's a 10-day trial, that could go over 2 weeks. Sometimes we've seen, like Lori Shaver's trial, well, that wrapped up in 5 days, even though she took the stand for what felt like forever. If you've never seen other trials with me, or there's others you want to catch up on, they're all there. If you go to my playlist section, you'll find them there. Yeah, Stefan said it really looked like a disposable camera, though. It really did. It really did. Jenny Lynn said, sometimes I miss things. I admit it. Don't worry. We all do. Even I do, right? Even though we're here. We're sitting here together all day with this. Sometimes the brain can only take so much. So I really appreciate everyone's input as well. If I'm like, wait, did they say that or whatever? You know? Now, you said, did they review any text between Jasmine and the monster leading up to that dreadful day? They only showed text messages from November 22nd, when he said he made himself a matcha. And yet the matcha picture came from a year before. So that's kind of weird. Wow, what a liar. Why is he showing his girlfriend, look, I made myself a matcha. Okay. And saying, hey, are we still good for dinner plans tonight? We didn't see a response to that either. And I don't know if that metadata was in any way manipulated by him. I'm not sure. If anyone has clarity on that situation, let me know. But we didn't see other text messages, no, in the days leading up to the murder. Rder, I do not know how many people are on the witness list. Those are not always available to the public. Haven't seen that.
I really appreciate the jurors' attentiveness on this, and these questions show that. After this is over, I'll let you know the reason why I like letting jurors ask questions, but I'm very glad that you're attentive and asking relevant questions. All right, Detective. The receipt from Walmart shows asparagus. The video shows no asparagus was purchased. You can see the defendant type in a produce number. Was this investigated further? And if so, relevant to the case?
We did investigate it further. Upon discovering the phone records of the victims and Jason Chen's phone records go to Walmart, so what led me to that Walmart to potentially see what interactions and stuff happened there. Once we go there, we watch the video footage of Jason Chen come in. We then track him to where a purchase is made, at which point it was relevant in terms of what items that he did buy. We did observe on video that 2 different items were entered in as produce, asparagus, which obviously were not asparagus. It did not have relevancy in terms of the arrest and investigation other than theft was committed. It was reported to Walmart. Loss prevention was there. They decided, based on finding out at the time that the video was collected, that he was in custody on a murder. They decided at that time they didn't want to go further with the theft charge.
So he was naughty that day. It wasn't like, oops, something happened with the self-checkout, or it's still a very strange thing that he did there. Are these jurors us, you guys? I think we would have asked the same questions. Like, can you please just tell us what the hell was going on with that asparagus? Right? Yeah, Kerry says the jurors are in the same line of questions as we are regarding Walmart. From the dumpster and, you know, what that evidence could have been and was it tested? I think we would have asked the same questions, hey? And then also the asparagus, yes.
Both of these deal with the video of the vehicles outside of Tremont. There is a person walking into Tremont location after a Chevy vehicle was found in the parking lot. Did you identify who the person was on the Arctic video?
Try to answer this question properly. I believe you're referring to the first time that the Chevy vehicle comes into the parking lot area. The only camera that we had close enough to identify a face where anyone could identify without having prior knowledge of an individual was located at one of the exits It was a personally owned camera by a resident there. They had a ring-style camera affixed to a door. So they would capture one of the exits. The apartment itself didn't have its own camera system. So we had to rely upon other cameras in the area, such as we attempted to get cameras from Regions. They were not very popular. We did not get that video. In terms of they did not preserve it and the video was lost. We recovered camera footage from the other side of the apartments, but it only picks up motion and it didn't actually capture the entrance. The entrance itself, we couldn't identify. There's a few, obviously it's a multi-story apartment complex. There's multiple people coming in at different times. The specific time you're talking about when the Chevy vehicle first pulls in and someone walks in, I think it's just after. I did not identify that person.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Prius that we saw in the video earlier?
No.
Good question.
I was attempting to identify who it was. At first, I believed it potentially to be an associate or family member. After further review of the video footage, it appears to be some sort of ride share. I was unable to completely verify. There is indication inside of Jason Chen's forensic download of his cell phone that there is metadata associated with that device that the rideshare Lyft was activated around the exact same time that the vehicle pulls into the signal, the apartments at 900 Mountain Creek Road. It's actually identified via the name Lyft and it's zip share, which is how their online communicates because they incorporated Lyft zip share into their company.
When taken into custody, did Jason Chen have any observable cuts or injuries on his body? In parentheses below it says, in reference to the Band-Aids that have been seen purchased and found at his apartment.
I did observe a injury to his right palm. The injury was consistent with my investigation and personal observations. Is what I call knife slippage. Knife slippage is essentially a lot of times when an assault occurs, specifically with a knife, the incident gets bloody super quick and super fast. Each and every time the potential knife goes into the object, it comes back out if it's deep enough. Potential blood transfer happens at night and it is pulling the blood out of the body at that time. A lot of times what happens with anything that gets wet, it gets slippery. It was consistent in the palm area on his right hand. There was a small section in his palm that appeared to be a 1.5 inch section that it was an injury that had been healing. To me, it was consistent with a what we call knife slippage. A lot of times when someone's holding a knife and they protrude it into something, or if it were to be pulled away, essentially a lot of times the knife is pulled out or they slip across and you get a small cut there. The only other indication of potential injuries to Mr. Chen that we observed in the documentation when we took photographs is he had little tiny minor cuts on the tops of his feet, which we did document because typically on the tops of your feet is not a normal place to injure something. Typically if you injures on your feet, you step on something, you run into it. There were small injuries, but no physical bruises. To my knowledge, no major trauma or anything like that other than the palm and the top of the feet.
It's a long question, but it might be a very simple answer. Based on your experience as a homicide investigator and the blue star and floor stains, could you determine the exact location in a specific room that appeared to be where a murder occurred?
Yes. In this specific case, there has been pictures of Blue Star that have been shown. There have been pictures of the apartment. There's been pictures of recovered evidence of blood in carpeted areas. Based on my investigation and the blood that we recovered, based on blood spatter, which blood spatter / cast off is what we like to call it. The first night that we executed that search warrant on November 27th into the 28th, I observed what appeared to be cast off with blood spatter. That to me is consistent with blunt force trauma, for sharp force trauma. Sharp force is indicative of a knife or something sharp as an ice pick that's used to create the trauma. Blunt force is more consistent with a blunt style object, a bat, a hammer, and such. It was consistent on the wall as you would go into the door framed area of the bathroom. Up to the left-hand side, there were pieces of what we would call cast off or blood spatter. It's different than transfer in terms of what we saw on the light switches where you could see smudging. Where on the floor we could see smudging or the transfer. This is essentially, it's being either forced in terms of force tapping into an object and then it's pushed away, or as an object gets pulled away, it's slung into that direction. Based on my indication of where that blood was located inside that room, I believe the main portion of when these stab wounds occurred inside of that apartment would have been the victim lying in the tiled area of the bathroom, which is also indicative based on us collecting those tiles and seeing heavy soaking of blood that went from the top layer of tiles where we saw a little bit of blood. The blood also seeped under those tiles in several different directions.
Any redirect based on the jury asked?
No, Your Honor.
Any recross based on the jury? Take your time.
He was almost done. Detective Zack Crawford. Oh, man. They were like, okay, thank you. And then the jury's like, wait, we have more questions. And here we are. Now there's a recross, because when the jury gets to ask questions, then they can either have a redirect from the state or a recross from the defense. So now they're going to recross this detective. And then we're back to sidebar, which normally we defluff and we teleport right through. Unfortunately, they ran a bit late with all the breaks today. So tomorrow we'll start even later so that hopefully this doesn't happen to us. Carrie said, I'm actually liking the way the jurors get to ask questions. Yeah, I really like that they get to ask questions, get to see their state of mind. Hope the defense relapse how the obsession with Jasmine's mum being in the apartment is. I mean, I like that they're asking these questions despite what the defense said, just so they can get clarity, you know, no matter what. Like, right? I think they're asking good questions.
In Detective Crawford's answer, he gave some factual information about what he saw regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and the factual observations that he made of where the blood was found and what condition it was in. However, he did give some opinions in that this witness has not been qualified as an expert in those types of matters. It requires expert testimony to give an opinion. And so at this point, you may utilize the factual answers that the witness gave regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and where the blood was that he saw in the bathroom. But as far as his opinion about where it happened and how it happened and how the cut got on Mr. Chen's hand, you're to disregard that testimony. Okay. Any redirect or recross?
Investigator Crawford, you had mentioned Blue Star reagent being on the walls. Was that in the bathroom that you're claiming that you saw this?
The Blue Star?
Yes.
What I identified to them was physical blood samples that were photographed and documented prior to Blue Star.
So in the exhibits that we've seen previously, is it fair to say that it has been shown in the bathroom floor, the bathroom sink, but we've not seen any photographs of anything on the wall at this point, correct?
Yes.
And you've mentioned that reagent showing up in the bathroom area. Are you indicating that you don't believe anything happened in the bedroom?
The question was asked where I believe the incident occurred. My belief is that based on the blood, obviously a body was put into that room based on the amount of the heavy blood loss that was there. But I believe that the assault began or occurred inside of the bathroom.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, you're not.
Any other questions from the jury? Investigator Crawford, you may sit down. Thank you.
Imagine if he leaves now. Okay, thank you. And as he walks, just one more question from the jury. One more of them. Oh dear. Shame. I hope he gets a little bit of a break now.
Our next witness.
The state would call Doug Lynch to the stand. DVD, Your Honor, if it's not already connected.
Soundly sort of from it. That's why you have to give some truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Lynch, thank you for being here. Can you state your full name for the court's record?
Douglas Lynch.
Okay, and Mr. Lynch, are you from Chattanooga?
For the last 4 years, yes.
Okay, do you have family?
Yes, we do.
Did you live in Chattanooga in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury where you lived in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We lived at 110 Tremont in apartment 100.
Oh, shame. He was a neighbor. He lived in that apartment complex, 110 Tremont Road in Chattanooga. Was his first name David? Did anyone catch that? Was it David Lynch? I think that's what I heard when they said they were going to call him, but I don't want to get it wrong. So I just said Mr. Lynch for now. Okay? Is it Doug? You guys are saying, hey, Doug, let me know.
Okay, so 110 Tremont is an apartment building.
Yes, ma'am.
And is you said apartment 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been on the first floor of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury's already seen the apartment building from Google Maps. Could you describe, if you're on Tremont Street looking at the building, could you describe where your apartment was?
Yeah, so when you come on the street, Tremont Street, we're kind of right on the corner. It's almost underground a little bit. It's right next to the place where you park on the other side, where it says, do not park 417 right here.
Okay, and is there a door to the outside close? Was there a door to the outside close to your apartment door?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, so depending on where you come in from the apartment, so if you came in the front door, you would, where the steps go down, you would go straight, and then to the right, and then you find our apartment. And then there's a door that goes out to the side where everyone will park. And so if you exit out of our apartment, it's immediately to the right.
The door to the outside parking lot.
The parking lot.
Okay, and on your apartment door in November of 2022, did you have a ring camera or any type of camera that would capture what was happening outside of your door?
Yes, ma'am, we had a ring camera.
Okay, and how long had you had that ring camera on November 2022?
That is a good question. We got it for another circumstance, but probably 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly when I bought it.
Okay. And what was your first knowledge of the Jason Chen and victim Jasmine Pace case?
It was with Miss Catrina Beam came to our ring camera and asked to talk to us. And then I spoke with her over the ring camera. I believe it was the 27th, it was a Sunday. And then we came straight home and talked to them.
Okay, do you know who she was looking for?
Yes, she said that she couldn't find her daughter. And needed to talk to us about our ring camera footage.
Oh, okay. And did you speak with her about the ring camera footage?
Yeah, we started talking about the ring camera. I hadn't been able to look through the footage yet, so I started going through everything that I could find.
Okay. And did she ask you if you knew Jason Chen?
That's a good question. I'm sure she probably asked me that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember?
I can't remember. Yeah.
Were you able to show her video footage from November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point later, did the Chattanooga Police Department also inquire with you about your ring camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, they did. I spoke with Mr. Crawford and gave him the video where I could find Mr. Chen.
Okay. And did you know when you were living in your apartment who Jason Chen was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how was that?
We had interacted a couple times. So in the hallway, when he first actually moved into the apartment complex, he came through the back area where the dumpsters are. It's kind of like a loading dock area. And I was at the mailboxes, and he was wondering where the mailboxes were, so I showed him the mailboxes when he first moved in. And then there were just other scenarios. I would say maybe once a month we would kind of interact in the hallway in passing. And we actually saw him, me, my wife, and my kids were doing a stroller ride because our baby boy had just been born about 2 weeks earlier. And we had gone for a walk on the bridge, and we came home on the 22nd, and he was loading up his car and exchanged conversation and went inside.
Okay. So you had seen him and spoke with him on multiple occasions. Did he ever park his vehicle in the parking lot to the, if you're facing the building to the right, that the parking lot that door would have led out to?
Yes, ma'am. That's where his car was when we saw him on the 22nd.
Did he often park out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he had?
Yes, it was the dark gray Toyota. The Camry.
Okay. Do you recall how many videos you turned over to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I believe there were around 6,
Okay.
and then there were others that Mr. Weiss asked for.
Okay, Mr. Weiss came to see you?
No, he actually sent a personal investigator to our home that was super aggressive and gave me a subpoena, and he got the videos he wanted.
Okay. But you turned 6 over to the Chattanooga Police Department that they had identified and needed for their investigation?
That's correct.
Have you, I'm going to let you look at that jump drive. Have you seen that jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say Lynch on one side?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those your initials on the other? What is on this jump drive?
The 6 videos.
Are these an accurate representation of the videos from your Ring camera as they looked in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, to ask the person to say the name of it.
133.
There are 6 videos, Judge. I don't know how you want me to identify those.
It's all one. It'll all be the same exhibit.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lynch, you'll be looking at the videos on the screen behind you, okay? So before we play this video, Can you tell the jury sort of where we're at right here from the camera's viewpoint?
Yes, ma'am. So this is where on the left is our little reef, and we're looking out in front of our apartment door. And then to the right is where you can exit into the parking lot.
And are all of the dates and times that we're going to see on these videos accurate?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That's Jason Chen.
It's actually amazing that this guy who lived in the same apartment complex or building went through all his ring cam to see all the times when he could see Jason Chen. And so you could see the date at the bottom here. This is the 11th of November of 2022. The murder took place on November 23rd of 2022. So, I mean, he went back, all the way to there. From the 11th, he probably checked the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th. You see what I'm saying? 22nd, 23rd, and beyond. That's amazing. Thank you, Anita.
Okay, then again on same day, 11/11. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is it?
Jason Chen.
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That was Jason Chen.
Okay, now we've moved to the next day. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. That was Mr. Chen.
And did you recognize a black backpack that he was carrying?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a black backpack before?
From what I can remember, I can't remember if he wore the backpack often. I can only remember it from this video.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're at 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the time would be correct. So I hate military time, but is that 8:26?
That is 8:26.
Okay.
Yes, 8:26 on the 23rd of November. That's after the murder. The murder took place at 2:15 in the morning on November 23rd of 2022. So this is him after he'd been to Walgreens, Walmart, disposed of the bag with Jasmine's remains in, dropped off a car, all of that. This is him on that day, November 23rd, 2022. Wow, 8:26. Okay. In fact, let me just check that. Wait. 8:26. He's seen on surveillance video leaving 110 Tremont Street is what we'd read before. 8:27. So just before he drives. At 8:27, Jasmine's car is driven to the Signal View Apartments, and at 8:30 p.m., Pace's car is seen on surveillance camera being driven by someone matching his outfit. Okay, so he'd been to the Walgreens twice. He'd been to the Walmart, but he was yet to still go and probably take the suitcase and Jasmine's vehicle to where he left it. But yeah, he's definitely covering up here. Look at him. He's definitely facing away from the camera and covering his face here.
All right.
Oh, damn. With the mask on, with the glasses on. I actually didn't notice his hand there, but I think that would be around the time where he could have also had his hand covered.
In this video, even though his face is covered and he's got a hat on and a hood up, are you able to recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing was the hat for me.
You had seen that hat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then this is 11/24/2022. Who do you recognize that person to be?
That's Mr. Chen.
Okay, I'm going to go back to 11/23. I want to ask you one more question. Does it appear that one of Mr. Chen's hands is covered in that video?
Yes, it does.
Nothing further from this witness, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lynch. First off, let me say, if one of my staff was aggressive with you, I apologize. You understand that?
Thank you.
Prior to coming to today's trial, did you meet with the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor?
With-
Yes. Sorry.
It's
This is new to me.
Same. How many times did you meet with them?
Once.
Okay. And did you review what your testimony would be here today?
Yes.
Did they have to remind you of my name?
No.
I want to ask you about where you were living at the time. The apartments, do you know who built those apartments?
I'm guessing Mr. Wise.
No relation?
I see.
Okay.
I like the humor.
Were those well-made apartments?
They were decent.
Okay. Were they big?
Cost effective.
Cost effective? Were they large or small?
The one we had was a good size for us.
Do you know how many square feet yours was?
5,000.
Okay. And then there were other apartments that were smaller?
Yes.
Do you know what the size of Jason's apartment would have been?
Somewhere in the 500 to 600s.
Are the walls thin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can hear everything, especially on our floor with concrete.
So you're on the bottom floor. And because you're on the end, that means you only have one person next to you?
There was no one next to us.
Okay. So you never heard sounds coming from that apartment?
No.
Okay. But there was people above you?
Yes, sir.
And you could hear them?
Sometimes.
You said you saw Jason on the 22nd?
Yes.
What time did you see Jason on the 22nd?
It was probably 5 or 6 p.m.
So just a quick pause. Everybody's now saying, where's the suitcase video? We saw it earlier. When Detective Crawford was on the stand, they showed us a whole lot of surveillance footage of Jasmine's vehicle arriving at his apartment, and then also of his vehicle driving, and also him being dropped off in a Prius, and then somewhere around there, I'll make sure to timestamp it for you afterwards, they showed him, with a suitcase. And it looked like it was heavy-ish for him, right? So, we did see that already. Okay, now let's continue to listen to this cross-examination of this witness.
You provided a bunch of your Ring cameras to the state?
Yes.
And you also gave them to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you provided all the Ring camera videos that you had?
Yes.
On the night of November 22nd, or in the early mornings of November 23rd, did you hear anything coming from Jason's apartment?
No. Our son was 2 weeks old, and we had 3 sound machines throughout the apartment.
Those don't go away either.
Yeah.
You said you had interactions with Jason?
Yes.
Were you two friends?
I wouldn't say friends. I would say we met in the hallway in passing.
Neighbors?
He lived on the second floor, I lived on the first.
But you never had any issues with him?
No.
Mr. Lynch, you said that when you saw him on 11/22/2022, he was packing stuff in his car. Can you describe that in any more detail?
It's very fuzzy. I can't really remember what he was doing. I just know he was putting things into his car. The reason I remember it is as I was coming down the street, he said, "Hey, looking fresh," and that's what made me think or remember the situation. But that's it.
Nothing further, Judge.
Just so I understand, that was paying you a compliment?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch, you may step down. Thank you. Original recording is yours.
State
stand.
Because they don't ask the witnesses to spell out their names, which I don't like, it really helps when they do that. If you know how to spell their names, or if you hear it, okay, please type it in chat, because my ears are not the best and I do try my best. I much prefer when they spell it out, but Detective Stephen something is going to take the stand now. Show his name on the screen. Go, sir. Go, go. Look, we're going to speed it up here quickly. We're a few minutes behind, so that's good. Stephen Bulkley. Okay, so I'll write that. Okay.
I swear.
Yes, sometimes you guys are all like, look on the screen, but sometimes they just, the camera pans so quick, you can't even see how to spell it. So I really appreciate your help. Thank you so much. Esme says, they display the names on the screen. I will look, I will listen, I will write it, okay, for our timestamps especially.
Detective Bulkley, will you state your full name for the court's record? You've been through this before.
Detective Stephen Bulkley, badge number 251, Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Chattanooga Police Department?
13 years.
What is your current role at the police department?
I'm a homicide investigator, Violent Crimes Bureau.
And what did you do before that?
Prior to that, I was a field training officer for 4 years and a patrol officer prior to that for approximately 8 years total.
So when did you begin your career in the homicide division?
In April of 2020.
Okay, so going on 5 years. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation into Jason Chen?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that involvement was initially?
Sure. So my understanding is that the homicide division was notified of the case possibly on November 27th of 22. I responded the morning of the 28th to assist Detective Crawford, who was assigned to work the case. At the time, it was established to be a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances, and so we were working it as a potential homicide. As a teammate, we routinely respond to assist each other with investigations, and so I responded for that reason.
Would you say this investigation was an all hands on deck approach?
Yes, I would say so.
Were you involved in the drafting of any search warrants in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
The first search warrant that I wrote was a T-Mobile phone records search warrant for the defendant's phone records, Jason Chen.
Did you issue that search warrant to T-Mobile for Mr. Chen's phone records?
Yes, ma'am. I obtained that on the 28th, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the 28th of November of 22.
You got it the same day? I
obtained it. I swore it out in front of the magistrate, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the same day, the 28th of November of 22.
And were they able to return Mr. Chen's records to you?
So I did not obtain the records until the morning of the morning of December 1st of 2022.
But you did, in fact, obtain Mr. Chen's phone records?
I did, yes.
Seagate one says, why aren't they asked to speak into the mic? I know, right? We've been so spoiled at other trials. Like, excuse me. Especially the one we just watched together, which was a trial from January of 2022. The Chandler Halderson one. That judge was always like, hey, excuse, they just speak into the mic, right? Because the microphone is here. That's pretty far from the witness right now. Sir, it's not his fault, I don't think. I wish the judge or someone to say, please, here, speak into this mic. What? With a boost, we can pretty much hear.
I'm going to hand you 2 documents and a jump drive. You can inspect those documents.
Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What are they?
So this first document here, which says T-Mobile Timing Advance Request Form, I submitted this to T-Mobile the day after I submitted the initial search warrant, submitted on November 29th of 22. It is a T-Mobile requires a payment for receipt of certain records, in this case, timing advance records. The reason for that is because they consider it burdensome and it requires a fair amount of work on the part of T-Mobile employees to produce that data. So they require payment for those particular records. So that in order to ensure that they are paid for their work, they require a law enforcement officer or agency to submit this form with a target who will pay, essentially.
Okay, and you filled that out.
I did.
Does it have Mr. Chen's phone number on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you read that phone number to the jury?
The phone number is 615-839-6880.
Okay, and then the next page, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Upon receiving the electronic records that I requested on December 1st, this came with the records. It's essentially an affidavit provided by the T-Mobile employee tasked with providing those records, and it is attesting, this employee is attesting under oath that the records that have been delivered are, to their knowledge, what I requested and what was ordered in that search warrant.
And is Mr. Chen's cell phone number also on that affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I've asked these 2 documents be the states next to exhibits.
34 numbers.
All right, and this jump drive? Have you seen that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the T-Mobile records that you received from T-Mobile related to Jason Chen's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that jump drive to show that it is those T-Mobile records on it?
I did.
Your Honor, I ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Okay. Based on phone records like this, is law enforcement able to go back and look at a subject's location data?
Oftentimes, yes.
And in this case, were these phone records used to determine Jason Chen's location on or around the week of November 22nd, 23rd, 2022?
They were.
And were you in communication with Investigator Crawford during this time period?
I was.
Were you keeping him up to date on what you were doing?
Absolutely.
Did you let him know that you got the T-Mobile records back from T-Mobile?
Within about 30 seconds.
And at that point in time, did you or he begin to look for the location data?
I immediately transmitted those records to Detective Crawford, and I may have, well, Detective Crawford for sure, so that he could begin plugging those into the records processing, program that we use.
Okay. And at this point, to be clear, had Jasmine Pace been found?
No.
Okay. And based on those records, did Investigator Crawford instruct you or others to head towards a certain location?
We began to formulate a plan, yes, at that point, based on what he saw in those records.
Based on what he saw in those phone records, at some point, and I'll let you explain this to the jury, did you end up on Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process to the jury, that day, and who you were with?
Yes, ma'am. So when Detective Crawford and I believe Detective Jason Gunn also may have been working on this, when we plugged the phone records into cellphone, which is the program that we commonly use for plotting location data and et cetera, there was a fair amount of location data on the 22nd to the 23rd that was of particular interest. I recall that the timing advance records, which are more precise, showed that Jason Chen's device traveled along Suck Creek Road I believe on the 23rd, during the afternoon, perhaps in the evening. I believe there were maybe two that showed up at two different times during that day along Suck Creek Road, in between, I think it's Signal Mountain Boulevard and Prentice Cooper on that stretch there, which parallels the river. We found that to be of interest, and we thought that would be a good place to search for Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone records showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded and found this Pace.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars. Again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars. We parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off, and I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area, and I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel Gunn drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you just
A deer carcass. Now, that could have been, you know, someone hitting a deer while they're driving. Or it could have been Jason Chen that took out a deer as well to like mask any odors or something. Who knows, right? So that was on Suck Creek Road. They've always said it was like the 1000 block, but not really. If you type in 1000 Suck Creek Road, it doesn't take you to the right location. So we've looked at that before. If you saw the trial prep, you know about the map time. So it's much further south from 1000 Suck Creek Road. We can look at that if they don't show us. If they don't do map time, we'll do map time. But let's just keep going to here and see if they're going to do something.
describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase was located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent. It sort of, it starts, it's narrow and then widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off, it's not 90 degrees, and it was covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure. Is that?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River, or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base, where just before the river.
Okay, and when you all noticed the suitcase, what did you proceed to do?
Well, we talked about it first as, all the detectives who were there. We talked about what to do. I think all of us felt there was a very good chance that we had found Jasmine Pace. But the suitcase was closed and we didn't know what was inside. So rather than assuming and calling all the cavalry and finding that there was nothing of interest or value to the investigation inside, we decided to photograph the suitcase in place because I had disposable gloves in my pocket. I put those on and I pulled the suitcase up. I was able to reach down and pull the suitcase up to the level area where we were standing. And Detective Jason Gunn documented that with video in case what we found in the suitcase was of evidentiary value. After that, I unzipped the suitcase to see what was inside. You want me to keep going?
Why don't you go ahead and keep going?
In my experience, both on patrol and investigations, I have often found discarded items, discarded suitcases, and things like that. I have seen animals disposed of in suitcases and things like that. And so I didn't want to assume anything. We didn't want to assume anything. So when I unzipped the suitcase and saw a black trash bag inside, I was not able to identify the contents of that trash bag. So because I had gloves on, I placed my hand on various parts of that trash bag and its contents, and I could feel what was consistent with a human head shoulders, and a torso. At that point, we were even more certain that we found Jasmine Pace, but certainly that we had found a body.
So at that point, did you back off and call others?
At that point, we did not touch the suitcase or its contents anymore. We notified supervision, we notified our crime scene unit, and we notified the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. And we secured that scene until they arrived.
Did the Hamilton County Medical Examiner come to that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present when he was there?
I was.
You testified that...
Sorry to pause it there. W. Williamson, so sad what he had witnessed. I know, right? That must be so sad and so disturbing to find human remains in a suitcase in garbage bags. And even more devastating that those were the remains of 22-year-old Jasmine Pace. Oh my goodness.
One of the detectives' gun, there's two detective guns, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
2 ends.
One of the detective guns took a video of you when you were retrieving that suitcase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how heavy that suitcase was?
It took some effort to pull it up, so it wasn't beyond my ability, but it was heavy enough. It was substantial.
Okay, and have you seen that video since that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you seen the jump drive?
Yes.
What's on the jump drive?
If I recall, that is video that Detective Jason Gunn took when we were checking that suitcase, pulling it up and checking it.
Are you depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate representation of what happened on that day in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be state's next exhibit. 137.
Just have to be careful with what they're going to show here. Let's see.
Detective Bulkley, I'm going to show you this video on the screen behind you.
Let me know if you need a hand hold on to it. That looks bad.
Okay, so just a trigger warning. I'm not too sure exactly what they're showing here. If the Gannon Stock case taught me anything, whoa, from that FOIA request. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to show, but let's just be on high alert as a trigger warning.
Sir, that's you.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Bulkley, does this look like that suitcase?
That is consistent with it.
That's so sad. Her poor family, her poor mother and father sitting there in the courtroom as well, seeing all of this. That's horrible.
Your Honor, would you like this to be collected or individual?
If they're state, we'll do it.
Okay.
It's only 6, so we'll do it.
Okay. You recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Bulkley, you testified that you in fact opened the suitcase, didn't you?
I did.
to where you could see the entire contents, correct?
That's correct.
And that is when you reached down to feel what was inside of the black packages, the back package.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that between the 6 next to the.
To make it flip the pictures.
Yes, I'll go ahead and say that so we don't lose it. Yes. Hold on like that. One, two, three. Thank you, ma'am. All right, what's that number, Your Honor?
138.
And to be clear, is this what the scene looked like on that day when Miss Pace's body was found?
Yes.
Okay. The photos that you
Yes.
just looked at. Show you photo it's been labeled 138-1.
So we are about 3 minutes behind the live court feed, so I'm able to check what they're gonna show us, and they will be opening the bag, so trigger warning for that. But I mean, it's very upsetting, but we're just gonna see the trash bag. Okay, so just so that you know.
She'll turn around. Given what you've already testified to, can you just again explain to the jury where we are standing in this photo?
This is taken from the gravel pull-off area inside of 1600 block. And the drop-off that I described is just beyond that suitcase.
Was this photo taken before you had pulled the suitcase out of there or after?
That photo was taken after the bank.
From the point of view of the camera, would we be close to the pull-off where the vehicles would have been?
Yes, I believe you're standing in the gravel area or just next to it.
Okay. 138-2. Now, from this point of view, can you explain to the jury where we're at?
To the left of the gray suitcase, the ground drops off towards the river. To the right of the suitcase is the gravel parking area. And that's where those are our crime scene vehicles, which are parked parallel to Suck Creek Road.
Is this another view similar to 138-1, but this is 138-3, just another view of that suitcase next to the Tennessee River?
That's correct.
138-4, explain to the jury where we're at now. Now you can sort of see more of the road.
That's the gravel pull-off area side of 1600 Suck Creek Road, which I described as narrower and getting wider and then tapering back again on the other side of the pull-off. And that's where we parked when we found Jasmine Pace's body.
138-5.
That's the black trash bag that I observed inside the suitcase, and that is the trash bag that I felt with my gloved hand when we were investigating.
And this is how it appeared when you opened the suitcase up.
That's correct.
And 138-6. Is this what you saw when you opened the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, you testified to feeling what you believe was a human head.
That's correct.
Can you, based on your memory, which I know this was 2 years ago, can you let the jury know where you felt what you believed was a shoulders or a human head?
Yeah, I remember it very well. The left side of the photo is, that side is closer to the river. The right side is closer to the roadway where we parked our vehicles. and I use my right hand to touch the right side of this trash bag, and that is where I felt the head and the shoulders here in the bottom right-hand corner, the shoulders and torso.
Would this be the area you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so as I've said, trigger warning, this is educational content and for adults only. They're showing this as an exhibit at the trial as they pursue justice for Jasmine Pace. This is allegedly, well, it's not even allegedly, this is what Jason Chen did. Okay, he put her body in a suitcase and disposed of that suitcase along Suck Creek Road, and then left her car at 900 Mountain Creek Road. So that is what this detective is explaining.
No further questions from this witness, Your Honor.
Investigator Bulkley, my name's Amanda Morrison. I have a few questions for you. When you went to the apartment on Tremont Street of Mr. Chen's, that was November 28th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had any involvement with the investigation up to or prior to going to the apartment for Mr. Chen?
No, ma'am.
While you were there, did you conduct interviews with various neighbors?
I did.
How many neighbors roughly did you speak with there at Tremont Apartments?
Approximately 5 or 6, I believe.
Were there some individuals that were not home?
Yes, I knocked on other doors and didn't get an answer.
And most of the interviews that you conducted were located to the second floor of this apartment complex, correct?
As I recall, all of the interviews I conducted with neighbors were on the second floor, I believe.
Did you get any information that was...
Objection, Your Honor. May we heard?
Okay, we've got some sidebar here.
When you got the records from T-Mobile, did you review those?
I immediately sent them to Detective Crawford because it's his case and he is more knowledgeable in that area and using cellphone. So I immediately sent them to him.
You were explaining earlier to the state what the contents were and what was received. Did it show call logs?
Yes, there were. There's call data and location data, standard things that would receive with phone records.
And were there text logs?
I don't want to. I don't recall. I know there were records listed consistent with call and text data, but because I did not analyze them at length myself, I cannot say with certainty all of what those records were.
What was the time frame of what you requested from T-Mobile?
I requested a time frame beginning the morning of November 21st of 2022 and ending approximately, I believe it was approximately maybe 17 or 1900 hours on 11/28/22. And the reason that I ended at that time was because I was preparing to go swear the warrant out, and I could only request up to the time that I was swearing that warrant out.
And at this point in time, at what time did you actually, let me slow down. What time did you actually swear out your search warrant for the mobile records?
The search warrant for Jason Chen's T-Mobile records was sworn out on the evening of the 28th. I would have to double check the time, but sometime certainly after 6 p.m. or 1800. I would have to verify, give you an exact time.
Were you present with the interview of the Pace family?
No, not that I recall. What interview or what date are you referring to? Because sometimes I may be in the office, I may have passed through. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My question is, on November 27th,
Okay.
it's been testified that there has been an interview conducted at CPD. Were you present for that?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your first involvement is really when the search warrant is executed at Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes,
On November 28th?
On Tremont Street. I responded approximately 9:30, I believe, a.m.
So you get to the apartment that morning. Throughout the day, you're working on this case, correct?
Yes.
And then the evening, you swear out the T-Mobile search warrant.
That's correct.
Now, when did you receive the records back? Did you say December 1?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day was that?
It was, I believe, 9:09 a.m. It was shortly after 9 o'clock a.m. on December 1st, 22.
And did you immediately make Investigator Crawford aware of those records?
Yes, within a minute.
Okay.
I forwarded them to his email.
So is it fair to say that you had the phone records prior to Ms. Pace's body being recovered on the banks of Suffolk?
I had those phone records in hand prior to, yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you respond to Suffolk?
It was approximately 1 p.m. or 1300 hours, so sometime after that.
Other than you, the Gunn brothers, Investigator Cottrell, and Investigator King, do you recall anyone else from homicide being present with you?
At the time of locating Ms. Pace's body?
Yes.
Those are the only people I can recall being present when we found the suitcase, found her body. Other investigators and civilian employees responded after that point.
Now the Mr. Chen's phone records, is that something separate than what would be received through Cellebrite? What you received from T-Mobile?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. So, Cellebrite.
Cellbrite, yeah.
That is separate from what you've received through T-Mobile, correct?
That's correct. Cellbrite is a program through which we can look at phone downloads. One of the things that Cellbrite does is enables us to view the contents of an actual device, physical device like a cell phone. That had nothing to do with my search warrant. I submitted a search warrant for phone records, electronic data.
Okay. And so that would be something for the benefit of the jury. If what you're requesting is separate than what a forensic download would be, correct?
That's correct.
Were you present for a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
No.
Do you know who did the forensic download?
I don't.
Can I have one?
ASPR said, I wonder if they've got DNA or fingerprints on the bin bags. They did say earlier that they have Jason Chen's fingerprints on the innermost. There were 3 trash bags in that suitcase, right? Along with Jasmine's remains. And in the innermost trash bag were Chen's fingerprints. So that's obviously very incriminating. Okay, we've got some sidebar. Let's go forward a little bit more. We're now almost caught up. I'm sure they're going to call it a day, aren't they? Or what? Let's see. It is now 5:30 local time in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Just quickly see here. Still sidebar. Okay, so we can go forward. I think we're all caught up now. In fact, while we're here, let me just quickly refresh this whole feed. Hold on one second. Okay. There we go. So for those of you in chat, like Caroline saying that was too graphic, the thing is it was a suitcase and trash bags. I know you could see the an outline, but it's because of the information you have, right? They didn't show anything graphic. I would never show anything graphic. I mean, normally I actually get a lot of flack. Is that an international word or a South African word? A lot of people go, oh my word, you're so sensitive, you so this, you so that. I'm here for the victims and their families. I will double check with my manager that that was okay, but they didn't show anything super graphic. You know what I mean? And I gave a trigger warning, and I always will give a trigger warning. We have a huge trigger warning on the screen. I literally said it's for educational content and for adults only. I said what we would be anticipating that's going to be shown. And so they showed the suitcase that they had opened, but they didn't then, you know, go on because whew, those photos that they would have documented, those would be graphic. I've seen photos like that before from FOIA requests. So if you do make a FOIA request in this case, be warned, those photos are going to be very graphic. Copper said flack is a word. So it's an international word. Yes, I normally get flack for that, for being too sensitive. So I'm always here for the victims and their families. You know, people who didn't know any context wouldn't know what that is, and therefore it's not graphic. Sometimes we've shown skeletal remains because that's like bones, right? Like we saw in Quentin Simon's case, things like that. So just saying, if it made you uncomfortable, that's what the trigger warning's for, okay? So we're meant to warn us if it's too much for you or if you're very, very sensitive. I know many of us here in this community are. That's what it's for. Okay, let's see what they decide for the day. Let's see. Sure, sending so much love to Jasmine's family and friends because they're in the courtroom. I don't know if they were sitting in the courtroom now for that testimony, but I would think so. And so they would be warned what would be shown as well. But man, no wonder, obviously, we already know the crime is very severe. It's terrible. But like when her mom says, oh, he's going to have to face me. And in previous hearings, she had to be held back because she wanted to lunge at him. I mean, seeing that, you can just imagine it. You can just imagine how she must feel.
Any further questions for the detective?
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
No, you don't.
Does the jury have any questions for Detective Bulkley?
So now the jury can get to, the jury in this trial, if you're new here, can ask questions, which is really great to hear what kind of questions they have and what comes up. Sometimes they're a little bit ahead of the evidence that's been shown so far. And other times, wow. All the time they've got great questions. It's just, if wait, that's still coming, or that's from another testimony, that they have to wait for the answer.
Counsel First.
I think they review the jury questions, obviously. We might be just 50 seconds behind. Every time I talk, if I pause and talk, then obviously we can skip a bit forward. But okay, they're doing sidebar to go over the jury questions. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. You said not too graphic at all. You are super careful. Again, I will check. If you don't know, I have a manager. I will check with my manager. And if for any reason she feels, well, that was probably too graphic, I'm going to blur it out. But my judgment was like, I looked ahead of what they're going to show us and I thought, okay, it's not too graphic. As devastating as it is, absolutely, utterly devastating. And amazingly, this defendant made a lot of mistakes. Obviously, if they get caught, they do. We see a lot of caught ones, obviously. So it's amazing that he didn't get to the water, because that would have been terrible. The current could have taken that bag, right? So, like a dumbass, he left it right there for the detectives to find, and his phone also showed that he was in that area. So they found Jasmine's remains in that suitcase on December 1st of 2022. She was murdered on November 23rd of 2022. So that's actually pretty quick for the investigation. Okay, look at all those questions. Oh my word.
One of your questions will be answered through another witness, the one about fingerprints or DNA found on the trash bags or the victim's body. All right, Detective, the jury has a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir. If you could listen to the question and answer facing you. Yes, sir. And can the jury see the picture of the T-Mobile phone records that identify Jason Chen being near the Suck Creek Road? Another witness will testify to that as well. Leaves you one question. When you got out of the riverbank, how long did it take you to find the suitcase?
So we pulled our cars over on the gravel pull-off that you saw pictured, and we got out of our cars, and within 1 minute, literally within 1 minute, but I would estimate even closer to 30 seconds, one of our investigators observed that suitcase and brought it to the rest of our attention.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Can you recross based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
All right, Detective Bulkley, you may step in. Thank you.
Within a minute. So they got Jason Chen's phone records. They saw he was in that area. They went to look, and when they looked there, within a minute, they found the suitcase.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the point where the next witness will take a substantial amount of time. Rather than start and stop, it's 5:35. We're going to take our evening break. So we'll be taken back to the hotel. Again, as always, I must give you the admonition not to talk about the case among yourselves, not let yourself exposed to be exposed to any media. I believe, well, did we get our last case yesterday passed or moved over to another division? Yes. So this is the only thing remaining on tomorrow's docket. Can the parties be ready to go at 9 tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to have you back a little earlier tomorrow since this is the only thing. So we'll also have you back at 8:30, 8:45, and bring you back in at 9 a.m. to start the trial. Thank you.
What is the only thing left? I have to re-listen to that. I was looking at all of you and making sure we're ready to teleport, right? Citrus Bloom is laughing, saying, my manager. I have a manager, in case you didn't know. Don't know what you're laughing at. What is the only thing left for tomorrow? They have one more witness or what? Did I understand that right? I'm going to re-listen to that on the replay. But for now, everybody, you're going to buckle up because we're going to teleport to day 3. Let's just hear what else is happening.
Any matters need to be brought up before we adjourn for the evening? Can you decide? What's in recess tonight?
Mr. Chen.
Okay, wait. Okay, the court's in recess till 9. You can always see me go like, I'm calculating the time. It starts for me 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. I'll monitor. I've set the stream for tomorrow for later so that we don't run into, you know, fluff like we did today. We can just teleport and things like that. So Nicole said, thank you, G. This was a hard day, but I'm so glad I'm watching this live with my Grizzlies. Yes, I'm so happy for all of you that are watching here with me. Zoe says they don't have to deal with other court matters in the morning before trial. Okay, great. So that's why they're starting earlier. It's not that they have just like one witness left. I was like, wait, what? Okay, they don't have matters to deal with in the morning. They're going to start at 9, allegedly. Zoe said starting at 9, so we can start around noon and catch up by lunch. Right? So, okay, now we're going to teleport. Buckle up, everyone. If you've never teleported before, what that means is I'm going to play the outro. The outro is only 1 minute long. And so if you wait for that minute, then the screen should go like blank, and then you'll be teleported, automatically redirected to day 3. If you don't want to wait for that, then please don't worry. Okay? I will be sharing the link in the chat, and you can just click on it and go over there already. We'll race you there. And then you just click notify me and go say hi in the chat. I'll come over there as soon as we've all gone there and say hi to you as well. All right? So we're all ready for day 3. Here we go. Thank you so much, mods. I really appreciate everything you do. Thank you to everyone who's come over to Patreon. Only 1% of my audience is on Patreon, and it's such a great source of support. If you want to see bloopers, I uploaded a bloopers video yesterday for you on Patreon. Thanks also to the members and everybody. Really appreciate it. See you tomorrow for day 3 as we continue to wait for full justice for Jasmine Pace. Bye, everyone.